So aloha mai kako and good morning. This is the April 15th, 2021 portion of the Land Use Commission meeting for the April 14th and 15th, and it is being held using interactive conference technology, linking video conference participants and other interested individuals and members of the public via the Zoom internet conferencing program. We're doing this, of course, to comply with state and county official operational directives during the COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the public are able to view the meeting via the Zoom webinar platform. For all meeting participants, and this is really important, I need to stress the importance to everyone of speaking slowly, clearly, and directly into your microphone. Before speaking, please state your name and identify yourself for the record. Also, please be aware that all meeting participants are being recorded on the digital record of this Zoom meeting. Your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of the public record of this event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record, you should exit the meeting now. This Zoom conferencing technology allows the parties and each participating commissioner individual remote access to the meeting proceedings via our own personal digital devices. Also, please note, due to matters entirely outside of our control, occasional disruptions to connectivity may occur for one or more members of the meeting at any given time. If this occurs, please let us know and please be patient as we try to reestablish audiovisual signals so we can conduct business during the pandemic. From time to time, I will be taking breaks today. My name is Jonathan Lekeke Scheuer, and I have the honor and pleasure of serving as the Land Use Commission Chair at this time. Along with me, Commissioners Ed Axon, Don Chang, Arnold Wong, our Executive Officer Daniel Oredinker, our Chief Planner Scott Derrickson, our Chief Clerk Riley Hakoda, our Deputy Attorney General Dan Morris, our Program Specialist Natasha Quinones, and our court reporter for today, Rita King, are all on the island of Oahu. Commissioner Gary Okuda is also on the island of Oahu and will be joining us sometime before 10 o'clock when he is done with a court appearance. Commissioner Nancy Cabral is on Hawaii Island. Commissioner Lee Ohigashi is on Maui. And Commissioner Dan Giovanni, who will also be joining us at 10 o'clock, is on the island of Kauai. We currently have 8 seated commissioners of a possible 9. For the commissioners who miss all or a portion of a hearing, they review the transcripts. I note for today, in addition to the current absence of Commissioners Okuda and Giovanni, that Commissioner Chang will be absent from 10:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. On March 25th, the Commission last heard docket number nix that. We got through all of our business yesterday. So today, our next agenda item is docket number A11791, HG Kauai Joint Venture LLC, HoKua Place, Kauai, petition to amend the land use district boundary of certain lands situated at Kapa'a, Island of Kauai, State of Hawaii, consisting of 97 acres from the agricultural district to the urban district, tax map key number 4-3-003, a portion of lot 1. Will the parties please identify yourselves for the record?
William Ewan and Jana Ahu on behalf of petitioner HG Kauai LLP.
Thank you, Mr. Ewan.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Deputy County Attorney Chris Donahoe. On behalf of the County Attorney, also present is Deputy Director of Planning Jody Higuchi Seigusa.
Nice to see you both.
Good morning, Deputy Attorney General Brian Yee on behalf of the Office of Planning. With me is Rodney Funakoshi from the Office of Planning.
It's nice to see you, Brian.
Aloha, good morning. Lance Collins and Bianca Isaki for intervener Liko Kalani Martin, who is also present on the Zoom.
Welcome. On March 24th, I'm going to update the record. On March 24th, additional public testimony was received on this matter. Also on the 24th, the Commission received the petitioner's revised witness exhibit lists, exhibits 39 through 43, as well as the certificate of service. On March 25th, the commission received the petitioner's revised witness exhibit list, Exhibit 45, and the certificate of service. On April 1st, we emailed the meeting agenda for the April 14th and 15th, 2021 meetings to the parties in this docket and to our statewide and county mailing lists. On the same date, April 1st, the commission received intervener Martin's motion to confirm deadlines for commission decision-making shall be extended. On April 5th, the commission mailed out the meeting agenda to the parties in this docket and to the statewide and county mailing lists. On April 9th, the commission received 5 additional pieces of public testimony. On April 12th, the commission received the Office of Planning's response to the intervener's motion to confirm deadlines for commission decision-making shall be extended. And on the same date, the commission received additional public testimony. Finally, on April 13th, the commission received the petitioner's opposition to the intervener's motion to confirm deadlines. Having updated the record, let me briefly go over our procedures today. I will first recognize the additional written testimony that has been submitted in this matter. I will note for any members of the public who are listening in, on March 10th and 11th, the commission allowed oral public testimony on this matter. After all public testimony had been heard on March 10th, I made it clear to all parties and members of the public that public testimony was then closed in order to move forward with the evidentiary portion of the docket. The commission will continue to accept written testimony until a final decision is reached. We may also allow for oral testimony if and when a proposed decision and order is considered, but no more testimony orally will be accepted during the evidentiary portion of this docket. On March 25th, the commission established a continuation of the proceeding with petitioner's presentation for today. Petitioner will resume their presentation with the next witness on their list. If and when the petitioner is completed with their presentation, they will be followed in turn by the County of Kauai, the State Office of Planning, and then by intervener Liko Okalani Martin. And as I noted before, from time to time, approximately once per hour, I will seek to take a 10-minute break and additional time for lunch. Are there any questions from the parties for our procedures for today? Mr. Ewan?
Do you know approximately what time we're going to go to?
No, I do not. I will poll the commission when we're all here. We went till 4:30 yesterday. Any further questions, Mr. Ewan?
None.
Okay. Mr. Donahoe, any questions on our procedures?
No, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Yee?
No questions.
Mr. Collins?
None at this time, thank you.
Okay. I would now want to recognize any written public testimony that has been received on this docket. On the 24th, we received written testimony, and these have been, I believe, all posted to the commission's website and will be included as part of the record of this docket. We received testimony from Greg Gonzalez on March 24th, from Patricia Lawrence and B.A. McClintock, as well as Susan Staten and Donald Irway and Carl Arume on the 9th of April, and D. Austin on April 12th. Mr. Hakoda or Mr. Derrickson, has there been any additional written testimony received on this docket?
This is Scott Derrickson. Not up to this point, no.
Okay, thank you. And as I said, additional written testimony will continue to be received and will be posted to the website. So now we will continue with our presentation. Mr. Ewan, what is the order of your witnesses for this morning?
First, we have David Rito, followed by Randall Okaneku and Ricky Cassidy.
Okay.
I believe Mr. Rito is in the audience.
Okay, let me. Oh, I have promoted Mr. Rito to be a panelist. If you will enable your audio and video, Mr. Rito. Mr. Rito, if you could enable your audio and video. If you have a way of contacting your client, Ms. Ahu.
Yep, I'm gonna give him a call right now.
Excuse me, your witness. Commissioner Chang?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, I apologize that I am going to be gone for portions of today, but I wanted to ask Mr. Ewan, when do they intend to call Nancy McMahon? As I would like to make sure I'm present for that testimony, for testimony.
Mr. Ewan?
Either at the next meeting or in one of the May meetings. I'm not sure because she works on Thursday at a different employer, so I'm trying to accommodate her we have a Wednesday hearing.
All
We'll
right,
have to
very
see how-
good. Okay. Thank you for confirming that. Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Chang. Mr. Collins?
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting for Mr. Rito, I was wondering if the commission had made a decision on when it's going to consider our motion.
The motion on the extension of time, no, we have not actually
Oh, okay.
made a decision on when we're going to consider that motion. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Collins.
Thank you.
Give it another couple minutes, and if Mr. Rito is not available, I'd like to try and be efficient in our management of time. Mr. Ewan?
Yeah, we're talking to him on the phone right now. Trying to get him.
What is the nature of the problem?
He's muted and he's not quite sure how to unmute himself. Jenna's talking to him right now.
Mr. Chair, can you promote Mr. Rito again? He's trying to get back in.
He's promoted.
Okay. Okay, so now do you see the unmute button?
Not everyone has had to become proficient in Zoom.
I see Mr. Rito.
Yeah, hit unmute.
Yeah, I got unmute.
We can hear you now, Mr. Rito.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so I can shut this phone down, right? Okay.
Yes, turn, yeah.
Hello, you can see me and you can hear me, right?
Yes, and now I will swear you in, and then
Thank you.
Mr. Ewan will ask you questions. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Well, who's doing the cross? Ms.
I'm going to do it.
Mr. Chair, can I share my screen, please? I have his PowerPoint, which is exhibit
You
13.
may.
Okay. Mr. Rito,
Yes.
will you please state your name and address for the record?
David Rito, 64-5314 Pu'ukapu Street, Kamuela, Hawaii, 96743.
Mr. Rito, what is your profession and your business affiliation?
Business agriculture is what I am. I have a degree from Arizona State University in agronomy, which is a soil science.
Can you briefly describe your experience in agriculture in the state of Hawaii?
Well, I came back. I'm born and raised in Hawaii, and I came back from the military in late June of '69, and I went to work for Maui Pineapple Company. I've been working in agriculture for a little more than 40 years. So I spent 10 years with Maui Pine in pineapple. I got hired by Mac Farms of Hawaii in South Kona, which is a 4,000-acre macadamia orchard. I then went into flower and foliage company, which a partner and I bought. And from there on out, I came back into managing tropical fruit and coffee.
I'd like to qualify Mr. Rito as an expert in agriculture.
I note that at the previous hearing, we went through a long discussion over the qualification of experts in this proceeding, and we declined to do so.
Okay. Mr. Rito, turning to your PowerPoint, can you first describe the productivity classifications of the HoKua Place property?
The primary one is the Land Study Bureau, and they are A being good and E being bad, and most of the qualifications are not A. There are no A qualifications. There's B, C, D, and E. So
And
it is
under
not
the
prime ag. That means it's not prime ag land.
Well, under the ALISH system, what is the classification?
You know that it's basically tries to signify lands of importance, but it doesn't say anything about it.
Okay, could you please describe the suitability of the HoKua Place property for agriculture?
Well, if I was going to farm someplace, I probably wouldn't farm in that area because you've got the northeast trades coming right at you. So you've got a wind problem, you've got a salt air problem. Your land itself is not flat. It's got some slopes and what have you in it. And right now, it's got a bigger problem, which is it's right next to Kauai Middle School, and it's got residential subdivisions around it. So that is one of the biggest problems it has.
What steps would be required to establish agricultural use on the HoKua Place property?
Well, you know, I think it's a very hard thing to do because I think this land was sugar land in a very, very long past, and there really wasn't anything around it in those days, and it had its own water system, and that's gone, long gone. And you've now got a school, you've got houses around them, and you know, and the land's not that great. But I think the issues are the Kauai Middle School and the residential subdivisions, because this kind of agriculture is going to create dust. You're spraying crops, which that may float around. And anyway, I think the biggest problem with it right now is the fact that it's near a middle school and it's in close to residential subdivisions.
Would it be feasible to use an abandoned plantation agricultural irrigation system miles away to furnish water to the HoKua Place property?
Well, I think when it had crops on it. I think there was a water system, but it was a private water system, and that's long gone. I don't know if you could even find the pipes now. So what you'd have to probably do is install a water system, county water, which is going to cost you a lot more money than if you had a private water system. And again, you got windbreaks you got to put in.
Could you please describe the supply of agricultural land on Kauai?
Okay, there's about 140,000 acres of land classified for agriculture. Then I think there's 63,000 acres actually in some sort of agriculture, most of it being livestock. And there's only about 2,000, a little over 2,000 acres that are in food production, primarily taro, tropical fruit, which leaves about 76,000 acres of agricultural land on Kauai that's not being farmed.
Where are the desirable lands for agriculture on Kauai?
Well, I would, if it were up to me, I'd say it's from Lihui down through Poipu, Waimea, and into Waimea and beyond. That side of the island, you've got open land, you've got land that's designated agriculture, and you don't, in many cases, don't have a lot of subdivisions that are right up next to the land that is being farmed. Some of it is being farmed now, but that's where I would go with ag land.
Are the soil and other growing conditions better on that side of the island?
Yes, and the land is also flatter, so you don't have a lot of issues with, you know, hills and things that are hard to cultivate.
Could you please describe the factors that discourage food sustainability on Kauai?
Well, I think the issues that we have in agriculture and food and the development of food on Kauai is one we lack skilled and unskilled labor that's willing to be in agriculture. We lack agricultural infrastructure. We lack adequate marketing, and we compete with the mainland, especially California, and they can grow and ship to Hawaii food less expensively than we here would grow it and sell it. So you're competing with specifically California and other places for a lower cost food product.
What conclusions did you reach on the effect reclassifying the HoKua Place property to the urban district will have on agricultural production on Kauai?
Well, in terms of the 96 acres, I think if you take it out of ag and put it in residential, there's going to be absolutely a minimal impact on Kauai in terms of its ability to feed its population. I think the bigger problem is lack of farmers, farm labor. Lack of farmers and farm labor is a bigger problem, and that's what we've got to come to grips with. And again, if you look at farming, there are people who can farm very well in Hawaii, but because all their supplies come from the mainland or somewhere else, their cost is going to be bigger than shipping the food directly from a place like California. So that's the problem we have here. And so you really got to convince people to buy local food, or you really have a problem.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, let's start with the county. You have
Hi,
questions
good-
for Mr. Rito.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Rito.
Good morning.
I wanted to just kind of give a little history, just so that I'm clear. You mentioned in your PowerPoint presentation, the Land Study Bureau ratings. So the Land Study Bureau of the University of Hawaii, they prepared an inventory and evaluation of the state's land resources during the 60s and 70s, correct? Is that your understanding?
Well, yeah, I guess that is my understanding.
Okay. And then the Bureau grouped all the lands in the state, except those in the urban districts, into homogeneous units of land types that describe their condition and environment. They rated the land on its overall quality in terms of agricultural productivity, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they also appraised the performance for different selected alternative crops and delineated various other land types and groupings based on the soil properties and productive capabilities as well.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, but if you have it in front of you, that's what it is.
Okay. Yeah.
One moment, just one moment, Mr. Donahoe. I just want to note that Commissioner Okuda has joined the meeting.
This is Gary Okuda. That is correct. Thank you.
Mr. Rito, would you disagree that that was the purpose in the process of how the Land Study Bureau came up with its ratings?
I really don't know how they've come up with those ratings. I've been farming for 40 years and I've not used them. I look at the land and decide what it can do for me, and I go from there. But I personally have never used the ratings.
Okay. And then you testified that on page 3 of your PowerPoint that the Land Study Bureau classified the soils as B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yeah, I classified a B, C, D, and E, but you'd have to go dig into it to find out how much land was B, how much land was C, D, E. And I haven't done that.
Okay. So those ratings in and of themselves, they don't necessarily reflect that agriculture is not possible at the petition area, correct?
Yeah, I think initially, that land was in agriculture, and I think the reason right now for not going back into agriculture is what you have around you. You've got it. When you're farming, you're spraying insecticides, herbicides, fertilizer. You've got dust and wind blowing from cultivation, and you're sitting in an area with a middle school and a number of residential subdivisions. I think it's crazy to go back in there and try and farm it. You're not going to get left alone. The people are going to come after you and say, you can't do this. Dust is coming into my house. So you put up windbreaks, you put up all this kind of stuff, and you spend an awful lot of money in an area where you really don't have to spend the money. There's what is it? 70,000 acres or so land that's not being used on Kauai for agriculture.
Okay. Do you have an opinion, or would you agree that the Land Study Bureau ratings that were developed in the 1960s and 70s may require an update because many obviously rezonings have happened since 1972 and agricultural priorities may have changed across Hawaii?
I would agree with that. I mean, like I said, I've been farming for 40 years and I really haven't used them much. I go out there and look at the land, but that's not what we're talking about right now.
Okay. And you also mentioned Alish lands, which is prime agricultural land. And so just to clarify, Alish established the 3 classes of agriculture important lands to assist with the assessment of long-term implications of various land use options. Is that accurate?
I don't use it, so I couldn't tell you whether it's accurate or not.
Okay. So you don't know what the 3 classes of prime agricultural land are?
No, I've got involved in them way back, quite a few years ago, and some of them I really didn't agree with. And so, like I said, I haven't paid much attention, especially to Alish.
Okay,
I would pay more attention to the Land Bureau study of A, B, C, D, E.
okay. So do you have an idea of, do you know what the term prime rating means under Alish?
Well, prime agricultural land is land that should be farmed as prime land. But again, that goes back to what are you growing and what do you have around you? I mean,
Okay,
in the old days, we didn't have these issues. There wasn't a school there. There wasn't residential subdivisions there.
okay. And so do you have an approximate, do you know approximately, since you don't usually use the Alish system, approximately how much land in the petition area would be considered prime agricultural lands under Alish?
On that piece of property, I don't think you really have any prime agricultural land. I mean, it's if you're farming large acreage like sugar, pineapple, that kind of stuff, you can afford to have some substandard land as long as it connects up with what you're doing. This is isolated right now, and it's severely isolated. I would say it's, you can take the soil and look at the soil and say, well, part of this is great soil, part of it's rocky soil, part of it's on a hilltop. It's, to me, it's immaterial at this point. It's not a good place to be farming right now with everything that's around it. People are just going to rag you until you leave.
Okay, and you testifying that the 96 plus acres of agricultural land, if it was made into urban development, it would have a minimal impact on Kauai's ability to feed its population. And is that what you testified to?
Yes.
Okay, and then again, how is specifically that conclusion developed? I believe you mentioned something about the west side.
Well, if you go back through the agricultural land on Kauai, you've got 76,000 acres of ag land that's not being used. So it's classified agriculture. And if you look at the west side is, you don't have a lot of subdivisions wrapped around your farmland. You've got a lot of open space farmland that could be used. And it's not hill and dale. It's pretty flat and pretty easy to use, and the soil's pretty good. So, if it were me at farming, I wouldn't touch the land on the windward side if I could get land on the other side.
Okay, but doesn't the west side have issues regarding what you mentioned, spraying, dust, chemicals, which are near residences in the proximity of Waimea Canyon Middle School? Wouldn't those raise the same issues as it would in what you're talking about with HoKua Place?
Well, I think any land, even if it's zoned agriculture, if in the long term it has been crowded by housing and subdivisions and whatever else, I said, yeah, that's going to cause trouble. But I think there is more open land on the west side of the island, and it's better land. So why would you mess with a piece of land that's sitting there with the trade winds hitting it and a school around it and residential subdivisions around it? I mean, I wouldn't do it.
Okay, so I'll do that. So you believe that agriculture should be focused on the west side? Are there any other, is that true?
Yeah, I'd focus it on the west side. I mean, you've already got, I don't know how many thousands of acres on the very end of the west side. It's farming now.
Okay.
It's
Are
not
there any?
food. It's not
I'm sorry.
food farming, but it's still farming.
Okay. Are there any other areas that you would consider that agriculture on the island would be sustainable?
I'd have to take a hard look at it. I haven't spent a lot of time working on Kauai over the last couple of years. So I mean, if somebody said go out and find and correct the numbers that we have on right now in front of us, because they're probably somewhat old numbers, but yeah, you could go out and look at those numbers and get a better handle on what's going on and what's possible. But I think the more residential lots and subdivisions you have, the harder it's going to be.
The harder agriculture is going to be.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people just don't like to have dust in their face and herbicides and sprayed on. I mean, you know the drill. I mean, a subdivision should be nice and peaceful and calm without dust going through it and the threat of pesticides and all that kind of stuff, which is part of farming.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, Mr. Rito. I thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commission. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Donahoe. Mr. Yee.
Thank you. The Office of Planning has no questions of this witness.
Mr. Collins or Ms. Isaki? Which one of you will? Ms. Isaki.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll be asking the questions. Good morning, Mr. Rital.
Good morning.
Good morning. Picking up on your last point, and this is actually from your presentation on slide 4, you wrote that the proximity of Kapa'a Middle School and residential subdivisions are going to require extensive buffers in care and farming to prevent dust, spray, drift, and noise, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified and also written that, for instance, in your 2018 report, that's part of the FDIS, that will be a major constraint. That's the major constraint on agricultural development on HoKua Place.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware, thank you. Are you aware of any federal, state, or Kauai County requirements for buffers for agriculture by schools or residences?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware of the Hawaii Right to Farm Act, which is HRS, Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 165?
I'm aware of it. I haven't read it.
So you're not aware that no farming operation could be declared a nuisance for any reason if the farming operation has been conducted in a manner that's consistent with generally accepted?
Excuse me.
Ms. Isaki, the audio cut out. It shows she's connecting to audio, Ms. King. You're now
So
muted.
sorry. I'm back. I was using.
Okay, we lost you partway through a sentence.
I'll repeat my last sentence. Hopefully it's the one. Are you aware that no farming operation may be declared a nuisance for any reason if it's being conducted in a manner consistent with generally accepted agricultural management practices?
I'm generally aware of it, but I've not read it.
Thank you.
I don't know how strict it is or how unstrict it is.
Thank you. And then also on your presentation, I think it's page 4, you talked about salt spray limiting crop selection. Is it correct that the following crops have a high salt tolerance? Beets, bell peppers, broccoli, cabbage, kale, loquat, spinach, and tomatoes?
Yeah, I think every crop's got its own, its own issues with salt spray and all that kind of stuff. Salt spray, in many cases, isn't a huge problem, but if you can farm on open land that's not getting hit by salt spray, you're better off.
And could trees like ulu or bamboo be grown there?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I mean, you can grow bamboo with salt spray. Ulu, I'm not sure.
And are the following plants tolerant to wind that could be grown in an area with a lot of wind? Blueberries, currants, raspberries, strawberries, lemon, pomegranate, arugula, bok choy, beans, carrots, chard, garlic, kale, leeks, lettuce, potatoes, zucchini, and tomatoes.
Okay, let me just give you a little study that I did on orchard crops. Now, if we planted orchard crops behind a windbreak, And we added orchard crops out in the wind. And the growth in the crops that were behind the windbreak grew twice as fast as the crops that were out into the open wind, you know, salt spray or no salt spray. So the wind is an issue with anything that you grow. If you're going to put yourself out there in a high wind environment, then you need to create windbreaks. You need to create other things that, you know, that keep that wind from retarding your plant.
What were the kind of orchard crops that you're describing now?
Well, orchard crops, the big orchard crops, I mean, macadamia is what I've spent a lot of time with. And my tests were on macadamia, the one I just described.
Are you aware of the farming and crop growing activities in the surrounding area?
Say that again?
Are you aware of any farming, or are you aware of the farming and crop growing activities in the surrounding area in Kapa'a?
No.
On page or the slide 5 of your presentation, you mentioned extensive brush clearing and application of soil amendments required. Is that correct?
In item 5, I think that area right now is got small trees and shrubs and stuff on it. So I mean, you'd have to clear it if you hit it.
Okay. Have you ever applied soil amendments to your macadamia nut farm soils or these orchards or flower soils?
So what was the question? Have I used soil amendments?
Yes.
Is that what you say? Okay. Let's see, how do I get to this one? I think there's some basic issues with soil amendments and farming and what have you. A lot of your fine root systems are near the surface. And then you have a deeper root system, but the feeding root systems are a lot closer to the surface than the deep root systems are. And the conflict you have in farming is if you spray a lot of pesticides, let's say on a macadamia orchard, you know, your nuts fall onto the ground, you got to go and pick them up. And if you have a bunch of weeds in there, it's difficult to find them. So you use a little bit of herbicide under the trees to keep the weeds down, and so that you can find the macadamia nuts. Okay, so then that's your crop. But in doing so, you've hurt the feeder roots that are near the surface. So it's a compromise situation. Depends what you want on the surface.
So is your testimony, I'm sorry, by soil amendments, are you referring to pesticides?
Well, I'm soil amendments. You put soil amendments under your trees, right? And the rain or the water or the irrigation moves those down a ways. But most of the feeder roots, which are going to feed on that first, are going to get it up near the surface. And if you put herbicide on top of that to get rid of the weeds so you can find the nuts, you're damaging some of those feeder roots that are right on the surface. So that's the compromise you make. Do you want to have a bunch of weeds and have trouble finding your crop, or do you want to have a little bit of compromise? But it is a compromise on your feeder roots.
So perhaps my question is, have you made that compromise in your other crops? Have you applied soil amendments to your other crops?
Have I applied soil to other crops? I mean,
soil amendments. I'm assuming you meant fertilizer. Yes. Okay. Thank you. That was actually a more simple question, I think.
We also take samples, leaf tissue samples, and we analyze them to see what nutrients are being drawn up into the plant. And so if we're not getting enough of the nutrients that we feel we need, as an example, phosphorus in an orchard, if you don't provide phosphorus, you have what they call crown dieback. The top of the tree starts to to lose its leaves, and that's a sign that you're not fertilizing properly. So you got to go back in there and do something.
Thank you. On your slide, number 6, that one's the one titled agricultural land on Kauai. Does it disaggregate lands? Oh, do you want me to put that slide up, or are you trying to find it?
Oh, I have it here.
Okay.
You're talking about lack of, that's item 5 or 6?
6, the one titled agricultural land on Kauai.
Well, this one says lack of agricultural infrastructure at
Oh, I'm
HoKua.
sorry. I think I was looking at the PDF page.
Come again?
I think I was looking at the PDF page on.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm not sure which number. Mine is number 6, but it's the one that says agricultural land on Kauai. But you remember having a slide like that in your presentation, correct?
Okay, what was the heading on that one again?
Agricultural land on Kauai.
Yeah, I have it here.
Okay, great.
Bottom of the page and number 8 on mine.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure why mine is different.
Yeah, we went through that a few minutes ago.
Right, that's the one. Did you disaggregate lands that have access to water sources like streams from those who do not in your assessment of agricultural land on Kauai?
Well, these numbers come from university or somewhere else. I didn't create these numbers.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. Are you aware that the Hawaii Department of Agriculture lists this parcel as within the service area of the East Kauai irrigation system?
Run that by me again.
Are you aware that the Hawaii Department of Agriculture lists this parcel as within the service area of the East Kauai irrigation system?
No.
Are you aware of the streams passing by and through the parcel?
The streams, the stream is quite a ways away from that property.
Okay. So you're not aware of any streams passing adjacent to or through the parcel?
Well, there are, but I mean, if you're saying, well, let's go get water from the stream, it's a ways away. It runs through the Bette Midler property.
And in your agricultural master plan, which was included in the EIS for this project, you noted approximately 50 inches of annual rainfall, correct?
I guess that's correct.
And it's your testimony that that is not enough rain to conduct agriculture.
We generally use 60 inches of rainfall as the optimum. And again, you've got to have it. You can't have it in 1 month and then hope for the best. So it's an annual 60 inches of rainfall will give you basically a good crop if it's diversified enough. That's what I use anyway.
Okay, thank you. And also for that EIS, for this project, you prepared an agricultural master plan that described a goat farm, correct?
It did what?
Your agricultural master plan that you prepared and is part of the EIS for this project, it is for a goat farm, correct? Have you ever operated a goat farm?
No.
Okay. And sorry, I have my last batch of questions here. This is I think your 7th slide, or it's my second to last one, and it's about food sustainability on Kauai. And you described a lack of agricultural infrastructure. Would growing food on parcels close to residential areas, including the subject parcel, reduce costs of transportation between crops and consumer markets?
Yes, I'm sure. But I think if you have much more flexibility with your farming if you don't have a school around you or residences around you. People who live in homes and who do not farm, their accountants or something like that, really don't understand the farming concept. So they just don't, in my opinion, you're limited if you're around a school or subdivision or what have you. You're just limited in what you can do.
Are you aware of any litigation, a nuisance claim against any farm that's been brought in Hawaii successfully?
No, I don't.
Okay. And are you aware of the Kauai Food Hub, which brings local produce to markets in Kauai?
Run that by me again.
Have you heard of something called the Kauai Food Hub? And it's an organization.
No, I haven't.
Okay, thank you. And in response to the county, you discussed the, sorry, I'll withdraw that. When you described California competition for agricultural markets, would that not be a problem for all agricultural activities in Hawaii?
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's my last question.
Okay. Folks, it's 9:52. I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break, resume at 10:02 a.m. with Commissioner questionings of the witness. Recess till 10:02. Okay, 1 minute, let's start. Let's get ready to start. Commissioner Ohigashi. Axon. Hi, Ed. How are you? Good. Mr. Morris, Mr. Yee. Let's get going. It's 10:02. Commissioner Ohigashi. Thank you for being here, Commissioner Cabral. I can see Commissioner Wong far off in the distance. There we go. Okay, it's 10:02. We're back on the record. We're going to start questioning of Commissioner's questioning of the witness with Commissioner Chang, who has to leave at 10:30. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Rito. Thank you for being here this morning to provide your testimony.
Good morning.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. You made a statement, I look at the land and I decide what to do. So have you looked at this land where the subject project is?
Yes.
Okay. When did you look at the land?
Oh, it's been a couple of years since I've been up there.
Mr. Rito, could you adjust if you're on a laptop, your laptop screen or your body? Yes, thank you. So that we get the full presence. Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Chang.
No, thank you. So, Mr. Rito, a couple of years ago, was it when you prepared the EIS? Do you recall?
It was 2018.
Okay. And you walked the lands where the 96 acres, you walked the site?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew that it was previously in sugarcane. It was in plantation for many decades.
Well, that was my understanding. That was why the water system was there.
Okay. And when you reference agricultural use, you assume that there'll be herbicides, pesticides, and spraying. Are there other kinds of crops that can be grown without the use of those chemicals?
Yes, I think people do. It's more costly, but I know of people who do not use pesticides or any of that, and do fine.
Okay, so because your assumption that the biggest problem is the middle school and the residential area because of the spraying and the dust. If the agricultural activity on the land did not generate or did not utilize herbicides, pesticides, or was a kind of crop that created dust, would your assumption change about the property?
Well, I think farming in Hawaii is expensive. And so what you're trying to do is you're trying to farm a crop that you can sell economically, and you don't have a lot of unnecessary money spent to compensate for residential areas and compensate for the school and this kind of stuff. So, I mean, if that were my 92 acres, I'd look for something else to do with it.
Yeah, well, it's not your 92 acres, so it
Well,
could
I
be,
know.
yeah, but it could be used. I mean, there could be small crop farmers who may be interested in doing more organic farming, smaller kind of crops. Would you agree that is an option for that land?
Yeah, you can do a lot of things with the land if you're willing to spend the money, and you can get a profit back, or if you don't want to get a profit back, you can. And I mean, in most cases, a business is about getting an income from whatever you're doing.
Okay.
Nobody farms for a loss that I know of.
And you're right. I have a very good friend, Richard Ha, on Hawaii Island, who told me
Yes, I
exactly
know who
that.
he is.
Right. And Richard said, if you cannot farm, if a farmer's not going to make money, he's not going to farm. But
Exactly.
let me ask you this. You know, you raised a question about sustainability, that most of our crops, most of our produce they're being shipped in, and they're coming from California at a very cheap rate.
They're coming from other places as well. They're coming from Venezuela and all kinds of places.
Exactly. And isn't that the point that we have to import over 95% of our goods? And would you agree with that amount? Not between 90 to 95%?
Well, I don't know, but it's a big number.
Okay. So if we are to promote sustainability, sustainable ag, wouldn't utilizing all ag lands in alternative crops, diversified crops, help us get to this sustainable ag?
Yeah, but you've got about 76,000 acres on Kauai right now that could be farmed that's not being farmed.
And Mr. Rito, do you know that almost 13,300 acres are used by the seed crop industry, which is not sustainable ag?
Right.
That is not used, right?
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, so that's 13,000 acres of that that's in Waimea. That's in the west end that you talk about.
Right.
So if we're going to promote sustainable ag, shouldn't we be looking, because right now I'm looking at the FEIS, it's on page 131 called 215 crop summary by acreage. On the island of Kauai, only 1,199 acres are diversified crops. So wouldn't it be beneficial to the people of Kauai that we use available agricultural lands to promote sustainable ag?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that the county of Kauai, its government, needs to spend an awful lot more time promoting and helping farmers. That's one of our problems now is they say, oh, we want food, we want to grow our own food, and then nobody does anything. Okay.
Well, here we've got 96 acres of available ag land that possibly could help the people on the east end, or at least in Kapa'a, to be more sustainable. Because based upon your assumptions that if the type of crop they use herbicides, pesticides, and created dust, that would be the problem with the schools and the residential area. But if there were alternative crops that didn't use those pesticides, didn't create dust, then that land might be, then those, the burden or the hindrance to do ag that you said it was the school and the residential area may not become such a problem.
You can do anything with almost anything. All I'm saying is that if I was going to bring all my stuff to Kauai and build a house and create a farm, that would be one of the last places I'd go, because I see problems with the residents and the school and everything else. So I'd go look for a place on the west side where I don't have those problems. But yes, you could create a farm. You could. I think the issue becomes, how much money are you going to put into it, and can you make a profit out of it?
But that same question would go to any kind of, to a developer who wants to put in residential homes. Right?
That's what we're all about.
Okay, all right, so good. So what I understand your testimony now is that other kinds of crops could be grown on there that may not affect the schools or the residential area if you put money into it, but it could be possible.
Yes, it's possible. I mean, that land was in farming before.
Excellent,
So,
and, right.
And it had a water system before, and so, you know.
Yeah.
Personally, I wouldn't do it, but yes, it's possible.
Okay, very good. That's all that I wanted. Thank you so much, Mr. Rito. I have no other questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rito, let me first apologize to you for not being present when you first gave your testimony. I had to be part of a probate court hearing. I assure you, I will review the transcript like all my other commissioners do to be sure that every single word you said is received by me and taken into account. And so if you might have covered this before, let me apologize in advance. You are aware that even though it's not part of the petition area, the landowner here has a portion of the property, which is larger than the petition area, designated as HoKua ag lots. Are you aware of that?
Vaguely, yes. I haven't been up to that property in a number of years.
Okay, well, maybe to orient yourself, you might want to take a look at some type of map or diagram. And for example, I'm looking at Petitioner's Exhibit 34, which is entitled HoKua Wetlands Map, Exhibit 28 Overlay. Because even though that map deals with wetland locations, it does show the proposed development. It shows the location of the middle school, and it shows the location of the HoKua ag lots. And so I just basically have probably just a couple of questions. And let me tell you the reason why I'm asking these questions. I'm just trying to get evidence to evaluate, you know, how we weigh the testimony and the position we're getting. Okay, are you aware that the Land Use Commission has long ruled that to have a dwelling on agricultural land, the dwelling must be a farm lot or a dwelling otherwise authorized for essentially ancillary or support of bona fide agriculture. Are you aware of that?
Vaguely.
Oh, okay. Well, just so that we're all operating off of the same page of music, with your indulgence, let me read just one paragraph from an order from this declaratory relief order. The docket number is DR 83-8. It deals with use of property in an agricultural district. And it's a DR order that was signed September 8, 1983. And actually it was signed by Mr. Ewan, who at that time was the chairman of the Land Use Commission. And let me read the very last paragraph of that order, because it goes to my question regarding the use or proposed use of property by the petitioner here. Okay, and I quote, based on the above, the Land Use Commission rules that a single family dwelling can be defined as a farm dwelling only if the dwelling is used in connection with a farm where agricultural activity provides income to the family occupying the dwelling, and that a single family dwelling which use is accessory to an agricultural activity for personal consumption and use only is not permissible within the land use agricultural district. This ruling is applicable to all lands located within the state land use agricultural district. Close quote. Were you before today aware that that was a ruling by the Land Use Commission going back to 1983?
Yes.
Okay, in other words, to put it more colloquially, it's not permissible to just simply have a papaya tree so you can grow papayas to eat for breakfast if that papaya is not being sold commercially. You cannot justify a residential dwelling on property by simply having a personal papaya tree. Is that your understanding?
Yes, and I think if you're dealing with papaya trees or orchard crops, you're going to spend quite 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 years with no crop at all. So you can't be fined for that. If
yeah,
you have a house and you plant an orchard around your house, you're farming.
Okay, I understand that. And the reality is sometimes people try to skirt the rules and do things like that. I'm trying to assume that the human beings we're going to deal with are lawful, are motivated by pure motive, and do not have motive to skirt the rules. So my question is basically this. Assuming that these ag lots are not going to involve people skirting the rules, in other words, putting up the bogus papaya tree and bogusly making representations that somewhere down the road, there's going to be an income crop. In other words, assuming that the owners of these properties are going to strictly comply and in good faith comply with this 1983 order. And frankly, ever since then, the Land Use Commission has been reaffirming that holding. We recently did it in an order dealing with short-term vacation rentals on agricultural land. Let me ask you this. What kind of crops are going to be grown on those HoKua ag lots? And my second question is, and because you can answer it at the same time, what evidence in the record is there that the crops that could be grown on these HoKua ag lots cannot also be grown on the land that's in the petition area?
Well, I think you can grow something on any size of land you want to grow it on. I think at least Hawaii County anyway has created ag land on a 1 acre lot, which says, what are you going to grow there? And you've got a house, you've got a driveway, and you can put in a small orchard, but you're not going to make money at it. You'll have income, but not necessarily a profit. But they don't care. As long as you're earning quote income from it, then it becomes a farm.
Well, let me just say this, and I'm only speaking for myself personally. I care whether or not there's compliance with the law. So let me ask you this: looking at the plan that's being presented here, and if we assume your testimony about the inability to really conduct agriculture on this property is the credible testimony, does your testimony in fact indicate that these ag lots are really a subterfuge undermining an order that Mr. Ewan himself signed in 1983?
Yeah, we're getting off the track a little bit here.
No. I think this is relevant to us
Okay.
determining
I'm going to
credibility
stay
of
with
the
you.
presentation.
I'll stay with you. Okay,
Your counsel can object if they're concerned with the questions,
Yes.
and I will also monitor this hearing, Mr. Rito. So
you can do an awful lot of things with an awful lot of pieces of land. And as a farmer, I go to the area that will give me the most incomes, therefore I can create a profit. The lot I'm talking about, a 1 acre lot with some trees on it, can become an ag lot with a house on it, and then you can have a second house on it because you've hired somebody as an employee to farm the lot for you or with you. So now you got 2 houses on a 1 acre lot and a bunch of trees. So does that make sense to you? It's legal. Is that farming? Does that really make sense? Or should we not have taken that lot, 1 acre lot or 1.5 acre lot, and called it a farm lot? I mean, this is what's happened a lot on the Big Island. I can't say a lot for Kauai because I'm not here a lot, but I don't think that whole rule doesn't make any sense. It should be converted into residential at that size, not agriculture.
And Mr. Rito, I will agree with you that we, including all of us in government positions, should really be upfront about what's going on. That if something is going to be done, we should be upfront about it, and we owe it to the community, we owe it to democracy. And if we're not going to do something, we should be upfront about that. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much, Mr. Rito. I really appreciate your expertise in this matter.
thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioners, are there further questions from this witness? Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Rito, I just got one question. You know, throughout your whole testimony and the FEIS that I read, you were only dealing with plants. Did you ever think about animals in any aspects of having like cows, sheep, or goats, or on as a farm on that parcels?
Not on that parcel, but on Kauai, you have a fairly sizable amount of land that is in livestock.
Okay.
Ag land, and it's in livestock.
Okay. No, I just was thinking because, certain places we went to in the past, it was kind of, you couldn't really grow anything, but you could have, graze sheep and stuff. So I just was wondering if you ever thought about that during your process.
There are people who would do it.
Okay. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Rito. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, commissioners. Commissioner Cabral, are you really going to give up an opportunity to discuss agriculture? He didn't mention horses, I know, but.
Yes, sorry, you know me too well. Well, I was actually contemplating whether I needed to disclose at this point in time that I do have an agricultural business and I do raise cattle. And I will agree that it is, one, not profitable, but the loss does help offset my other my other gains and tax positions. So, but, and I do have to agree, as a property manager over here on the Big Island, I manage a lot of different residential properties and condominiums. And the mix of those is really negative. So it's not really a question, it's almost in support. Residents complain about everything. They can hear the roosters, a mile away at 3 a.m. They can smell the pigs. They can, so, they're not very compatible. And the amount of space you would need even between a cow and a tenant is pretty large. So it's an attitude. And the more people get, the further they get away from agriculture, the more they expect that, eggs just kind of hatch at a grocery store somewhere. So I will comment that agriculture and residential are not good mixes. So I'll support our speaker at that point. So thank you though for my opportunity to talk about cows and
You're
horses.
welcome. You're welcome, Commissioner. Are there further questions for this witness? If not, I have a few questions for the witness, Mr. Rito. I first want to sort of just preface my comments by, acknowledging your 40 years in what used to be called alternative agriculture in Hawaii. You were talking about growing things other than sugar and pineapple when that was not popular and was in fact frowned upon and fought against, I think is a fair characterization. So I want to thank you for your historic leadership on these issues. With that said, I just want to, in trying to, when we have witnesses, we have to ascribe to the witnesses the weight of their testimony that we believe is appropriate in terms of their expertise. And from your responses to the questions, I'd like you to say yes or no. Really, your testimony is limited to agriculture being conducted as a commercial enterprise for profit as its main motivation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then I guess my second really set of questions that I have for you, because that helps me understand the limitations of your testimony, to go to the slide of your testimony entitled Food Sustainability on Kauai. Could you share with us what you mean when you use the word sustainability?
Well, I've as a long-term farmer, I would like to see more food crops grown on these islands, because if we ever get into a situation where we can't haul stuff in here from the mainland, we're in serious trouble from a food standpoint. So I've always supported more food, regardless of what it is. Cattle is food, vegetables are food, that kind of stuff. So that as an economy, we've got something to fall back on if things go wrong around here. And personally, what I do is I buy in a supermarket and elsewhere, I buy as much local food as I possibly can first, even though it costs more money. And if I have to, I'll buy food that's come from Argentina or California or wherever else. But that's my personal stand on the food issue in Hawaii. I think we're in deep trouble if we just say, well, we're going to rely on food coming from somewhere else or everywhere else.
Okay,
right.
so
A lot of people who farm are getting old, and their offspring or the people of the next generation really don't want to farm. So, I mean, that's another problem.
Thank you, Mr. Rito. But so to summarize your response, if I heard you correctly, when you describe food sustainability on Kauai, you're primarily discussing food security issues.
Well, I think that's true. I think that's true.
Okay.
But I'll preface this. I know that the food I buy that's grown locally is much better quality and fresher than anything I can buy coming from the mainland or Argentina or wherever. That's another reason I buy it.
Thank you. Is there hunger on Kauai now?
I don't know of any.
Is there hunger on Hawaii Island right now?
I think there's food and it's, most of it's coming from somewhere else. That was my only issue, is that there's plenty, I don't see a lack of food. But I do see a lack of food grown here, and the freshness that creates, and the security that I think it creates down the road.
Thank you. And then I'm just going to build slightly on the questions from the Intervenors Council. And this is, when I did my master's work, I worked at the Waipaw Foundation on the North Shore of Kauai in Halelea. Are you familiar with the Waipaw Foundation and their farming there?
Vaguely.
Are you familiar with the Common Ground Food Hub in Halelea?
Not really.
Okay. The Kilauea Agricultural Park?
No. I've heard these names, but I don't have any contact with them.
I just know that, at least from my familiarity with the island of Kauai, while certainly people from the west side might echo and embrace your fondness for the west side, people from Halelea might draw some concerns about your dismissal of Halelea as an important place for food on Kauai. That's more of a statement than a question for you.
Okay, I got it.
Is there anything further, commissioners? If not, Mr. Ewan, do you have some redirect for the witness?
I have no redirect for this witness.
Okay, Mr. Rito, we're done with you. Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ewan, your next witness is, sorry, help me out here. You're muted, sir.
Randall Okaneku is our next witness.
Okay, and is Mr. Okaneku, if you're in the attendees, I do not see you.
He's here. My name is under him.
He's here as an attendee, or he's already been promoted?
He's here under my name.
Oh, I see. He is physically with you. Okay, I see you, Mr. Okaneku.
We signed in under. I signed him in under the same name. That's why.
I understand. Thank you. Mr. Okaneku, can you hear me? And can we hear you?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Ewan.
Mr. Chair, can I share my screen, please?
Yes, you may. Thank you, Ms. Ahu.
Mr. Okaneku, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Randall Okaneku. My office is at 1188 Bishop Street, Honolulu, Hawaii.
What is your profession and your business affiliation?
I am a professional engineer licensed in the state of Hawaii. I am the principal of the traffic management consultant.
Please describe your professional background in traffic engineering.
I founded the traffic management consultant about 30 years ago. I have prepared traffic impact analysis reports throughout the state of Hawaii.
Did you prepare the traffic impact analysis report for HoKua Place in 2017?
Yes, I did.
What did you, first, what is a TIAR?
Traffic impact analysis report is, well, the purpose of the traffic impact analysis report is to analyze the traffic impacts from developments such as HoKua Place, to make recommendations for mitigation measures to improve the traffic impacts that are identified.
And you prepared a report in 2017, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you have not updated the traffic report in the last year. Can you explain why?
Well, as everyone knows, in the past year, the economic activity in the state of Hawaii has reduced dramatically. As a result, traffic, visitor traffic, school traffic, commuter traffic has been down across the state. In Kauai, I believe it's been as low as 50% of pre-pandemic 2019 conditions.
So you did not believe that any physical traffic counts would provide an accurate indicator of the traffic in the area?
Yes, the traffic conditions in the past year cannot be characterized as normal.
Could you please describe the scope and the methodology of your TIAR?
Okay, the traffic impact analysis report, where it begins with a field investigation, where it's basically the traffic count surveys and roadway inspections, primarily during the peak periods of traffic, AM and PM peak periods of traffic. The next thing we do is estimate future traffic without the project. This is to establish a baseline for to measure the traffic impacts of the development. Then we estimate the trip generation from HoKua Place, and we superimpose that over the study area. And then we analyze the traffic impacts of the project, and then we finally propose mitigation measures that would improve the traffic conditions.
Before I ask you to summarize your conclusions, can you please describe the study area?
Okay, the study area contains 12 intersections that we identified as relevant to the project site. If you want to start at the Mauka end, Mauka of the project site, we have included the intersection of Olohena Road and Kaupuni Road. And then we went down to the roundabout at Olohena Road and the Kapa'a bypass. And then through town, we went through three intersections on Kukui Street, ending at Kuio Highway. And then, let's see, to the north, we went as far as Lehua Street, and Kuio Highway. And then to the south, we went as far as the Kapa'a bypass at Kuio Highway.
Can you please summarize the conclusions of your TIAR?
Well, the construction of Road A is going to become a major connector roadway between Olohena Road, Mauka of Kapa'a Middle School and the Kapa'a bypass. This will provide another Mauka Makai corridor for traffic coming out of Kapa'a Valley.
And this Road A, is this the main roadway through the project?
Yes, it's a main spine road that's going through the project.
Please describe the access points.
The primary access for HoKua Place will be on the Kapa'a bypass. We propose to construct a single-lane roundabout intersection. At the Mauka end of Road A, there's going to be a T intersection with Olohena Road, just Mauka of Kapa'a Middle School. And then I think Phase 1 has a driveway access on Olohena Road for the first phase.
Can you please tell the Commission how many trips you anticipate being generated by HoKua Place at full build-out?
We estimate that HoKua Place will generate approximately 443 trips during the morning peak hour and 509 trips during the afternoon peak hour.
And what are your conclusions in the TIAR regarding the intersection of Kuhio Highway and Kukui Street?
Well, Kukui Street operates at level service F in the AM peak hour currently, and level service E in the PM peak hour. We do not expect this level of service to change with or without the project. In my observation of the intersection is that the signals are timed so that Kuio Highway is favored, which because of the higher volumes and such, so the side street is going to be penalized with a higher delay than you would normally see.
Does the proposed extension of Kapa'a Bypass Road, would that mitigate the level of service E and F conditions on Kukui Street?
Yes, the extension of the Kapa'a Bypass Road northbound would complete the bypass around Kapa'a Town, where now the traffic going northbound has to cut off at Olohena Road and either turn off at Lehua Street or at Kukui Street onto Kuio Highway.
Please describe the impact of the project on traffic on other intersections.
Well, going north, starting at north again, the Lehua Street is expected to operate, it already operates at level service F and is expected to do so in the morning, and then level service E in the afternoon, with or without the project and under existing conditions. Road A is actually expected to improve the roundabout intersection of Kapa'a Bypass and Olohena Road. I think without the project, it's going to operate at level service E, and it will actually improve to level service D in the morning. And in the afternoon, we expect the Road A to mitigate the project's impact on the roundabout. If you go further south, if you go south to the Kapa'a Bypass intersection near Coconut Plantation, let's see. There is a delay on the left turn movement coming out of the Kapa'a Bypass, but the volumes are relatively low, whereas most of the traffic are turning right, and that there is a congestion in the PM peak hour, which should be mitigated by the proposed widening of Kuio Highway by DOT.
What traffic improvements do you recommend that HoKua Place include?
Well, at the primary access on Kapa'a Bypass, we were recommending a roundabout intersection. We had looked at a conventional T intersection, but it required traffic signalization, which we thought was not, I guess, appropriate for the Kapa'a Bypass with the existing roundabout at Olohena Road and possible roundabout when the Kapa'a Bypass is extended. So also at the north end, it's a standard T intersection with Olohena Road.
And what would the positive impact Road A would have on the overall traffic conditions?
Well, we expect Road A to divert about 200 vehicles per hour during the AM peak hour from the roundabout intersection, and during the PM peak hour, we expect then the Road A to divert about 300 vehicles per hour during the PM peak hour from the roundabout intersection. And could you explain why you, or whether you studied off-peak hour traffic in the area? In 2017, we collected data throughout the day. I took a look at off-peak primarily because of the Kapa'a Middle School. I wanted to see if that created a peak hour, which it did not. So we proceeded with just analyzing the AM and PM peak hours of traffic.
Could you comment on the impacts of the proposed improvements to the Kuio Highway that the State Department of Transportation is presently proposing and conducting?
Well, State DOT is widening Kuio Highway from 3 lanes to 4 lanes from Coconut Plantation down to Kuamo'o Road. This would replace the coning that they currently do during the morning peak hours. So It would improve the northbound capacity during the AM peak hour and basically improve the southbound capacity during the PM peak hour.
Is that project presently under construction?
Yes, it is. I believe it began in March, and then it's expected to be completed at 2023, I think is the expected date.
What about the proposed widening of the Kapa'a bypass road from Olahena Road in a northbound direction?
With the Kapa'a bypass extension, it's currently planned. However, my latest contact with DOT indicated that it has been deferred or delayed.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you very much. Mr. Donahoe.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Okanaku. I can't see, where is he? I can't see him, sorry. Oh, there you are. So the traffic impact analysis report that you completed in support of the petition, the original date on it was September 29, 2017, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then, so the figures in there are almost 4 years old.
Yes, they are.
Okay, and are you aware if the TIR was updated in 2019?
No, I did not. The TIR was updated? No.
Okay. And then one of the county concerns is that an updated TIR would have to be done prior to the county zoning district boundary amendment, subdivision approvals and zoning permit approvals. So would you agree that any county approval would subject to the completion of an updated TIR?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And that updated TIR would address some of the county concerns that regarding traffic that I'm going to ask you questions about. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So first, the TIR that was included on page 131 of the final of the FEIS recommended 7 traffic improvements that are required to mitigate traffic impacts with and without the proposed project. Did you review those recommended 7 traffic improvements?
Yes.
Okay. However, it's the county's position that 4 of the 7 recommendations without the project should have been excluded from the analysis because they're either not achievable or will have little to no impact to mitigate traffic impacts despite being achievable. For instance, and I'll list them for you. According to the county's statements in the written testimony, which would be corroborated by the live testimony, the following recommendations without project that are listed in the FEIS that are not achievable are number 3, to restripe parking and shoulder lanes on Kahio Highway through Kapa'a Town to provide additional through and or left turn lanes, and 7, to extend the mediation refuge lane 2-way left turn lane on the north leg of Kahio Highway at Lehua Street. Were you aware that that was the county's position?
Yes.
Okay. Also, the county of Kauai previously objected to the recommendation that there be a restriping of parking and shoulder lanes on Kahio Highway through Kapa'a Town to provide additional through and or left turn lanes. And that recommendation still remains in the updated TAR and the FEIS, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then third, it's the county's position that the parking and shoulder lanes on Kahio Highway through Kapa'a Town would have severe economic consequences for commercial activity, and it would also create significant safety concerns for all roadway users, especially pedestrians. Are you aware of that concern?
Yes.
Okay. And then fourth of the recommendations without project, it's the county's position that to extend the median refuge lane 2-way left turn lane on the north leg of Kahio Highway at Lehua Street is not feasible because extending that turn lane through the existing pedestrian crossing north of the intersection would set up a potential multiple threat crash hazard for pedestrians, which is a significant safety concern for pedestrians. So you're aware of that concern as well?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, if 4 of those 7 recommendations without the project listed on page 131 of the FEIS should have been excluded from the updated TAR analysis based on those concerns, wouldn't that cast doubt or at the very least have a negative impact potentially on the accuracy of the TAR's conclusions?
Not necessarily. These are my recommendations. These are while I respect the County of Kauai's traffic engineers, these are my recommendations based upon my observations, based upon my traffic counts, and these recommendations, a few of them anyway, were taken out of the Kaua Transportation Solution Reports. So that's something that I originated. I'm just kind of restating it, and I don't know if you want to pick any particular one, but the one that comes to mind right now is the parking, removing parking from Kuio Highway, through Kaua town, and I've seen evolution of roadways through small towns that grow bigger and bigger, where on-street parking becomes metered parking, and then it becomes traffic lanes. And I've just actually seen now they're devolving back into bicycle lanes. But in any case, parking is like the first thing to go on a major arterial, through any town. And you can see that statewide, you can see that nationwide. So, like I said, while that may be a position of the county and the public right now, the things change in the future. Conditions change, people change, businesses are redeveloped, they get off-street parking, they're required to do off-street parking. So, again, like I said, it's just a recommendation. It's not something that the county, the county or the state is a final decision maker on whether or not to implement those recommendations. But again, if they do it, it's my professional opinion, it'll work for traffic.
Okay, but you're not aware of any alternative parking solutions plans on the side roads of Kapa'a or where these missing parking spaces are going to be suddenly put?
Well, as properties are developed, they need to conform to county code requirements. So they will need to provide off-street parking. Kapa'a Transportation Solutions report identified, I think, a couple of sites off-site for public parking.
Okay. And then also with regard to the recommendations without project, it's the county's position that there are certain recommendations that are achievable, but they'll have little benefit toward mitigating traffic impacts, such as restriping the median on the north leg of Kuhio Highway at the bypass road, and adding a right turn bypass lane from southbound Kapa'a bypass road to Mauka-bound Olohena Road at their roundabout intersection. Are you aware of those concerns?
Yes.
Okay. And again, is it still your opinion that wouldn't cast doubt or have a negative impact on your conclusions in the TAR?
No. Well, in general, again, the TIR, the intent of the TIR is to mitigate the traffic impacts of HoKua Place. So whether or not the traffic impacts are large or minimal, if there is an impact, I'm making recommendations to mitigate those impacts. Going back to that last recommendation where we have an exclusive right turn lane at the roundabout intersection, that is one of the improvements that HDOT has directed us to look at as part of the regional improvements for Kapa'a.
So and then on page 4, and you touched upon this, you explained that traffic counts were not updated in 2020 because obviously traffic was reduced during the COVID pandemic. Would you agree that an accurate basis to predict future traffic and trip generation is minimally required prior to state land use district redistricting?
Can you repeat that question again?
Would you agree that an accurate basis to predict of predicting future traffic and trip generation is a minimal requirement prior to the state land use district redistricting.
Yes.
Okay. And alternatively, would the deficiencies in if there were deficiencies in the TAR require the Land Use Commission to grant partial or incremental state land use district redistricting for just a portion of the petition area?
I don't know if I can answer that. I'm not sure how the land use will approve or disapprove of portions of the sites.
Okay. If there are deficiencies in the TAR, do you agree that that would necessitate an updated TAR prior to any county level approvals?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, fair enough. Would you agree that the traffic impact analysis reports are part of the transportation facility development to adequately assess any traffic related impacts of a development proposal on the existing and planned access system?
Yes.
Okay, and do you agree that TIARs are technical engineering studies?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that the engineering studies, because I reviewed it and it is in the FEIS, it should be comprehensible, like let's say even to a lay person without similar engineering training to assess traffic related impacts of the development?
I try to write it as such, yes.
Okay, but you would agree that diagrams or explanations with the layperson in mind would help at least the public understand what the projected traffic impact caused by the projects may be?
Yes, I believe the executive summary is directed at the general public. The report is more directed at the reviewing agencies.
Okay, so it's not with the public review process in mind.
Well, like I said, the executive summary is
okay.
at the top of the report, so it's a little less technical.
Okay. So on page 3, and you testified to this of your PowerPoint, it says you analyze the traffic impacts during the AM and PM peak hours of traffic and midday traffic, correct?
I did not analyze the midday traffic in the TIAR.
Okay, so just the peak hours of AM and PM.
That's correct.
Okay, you didn't assess the daily trip generation, right?
No.
Okay. So the TAR doesn't assess the added trips to the road per day?
No.
Okay. Were the project's impacts during off-peak hours assessed?
No.
And the TAR also didn't analyze where cars, vehicles, trucks from the petition area will travel, including where people will go for recreation, shopping, working, etc., correct?
No, it does. The traffic impact analysis report does have a traffic assignment showing where the project trips will be distributed throughout the study area.
Okay, but it doesn't break down a percentage of which direction the cars will be, the vehicles will be traveling to and from the project, correct?
Well, the volumes of trips going in various directions are depicted in the TIAR.
Okay. And does the TAR assume people won't turn left on the bypass road to head toward Kapahatown?
Turn left cave. No, it does. There's quite a bit of volume that makes a left turn onto the bypass road.
Okay. So it does. Okay. And the petition area that you're aware of proposes both single family and multifamily uses, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And the project overall also includes an agricultural subdivision that it's not part of the petition area. However, you would agree that traffic from that project will also affect traffic conditions in the petition area.
Let's see, I'm not, what agricultural subdivision are we talking about? Solar farm?
No, the ag lots next to the HoKua place. Where with the farm with the correct with the farm dwelling units on.
Right. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that multifamily, single family, and the large lot ag subdivision properties will each generate different amounts of traffic per unit?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Well, the references I'm using have categorized trip generation studies, and they categorize them by single-family detached units.
Excuse me.
Multifamily units.
Excuse me. Could you please start that over?
Okay.
And slow down a little bit, please. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. The trip generation manual is the reference I use for trip generation for various land uses, and they're categorized by different types of dwelling units, single-family dwellings, condominium townhouse dwellings, and each of them are based upon specific studies on real developments, which have been put together to find a correlation between traffic and the number of dwelling units. So the differences are basically statistical. I don't make a claim when I'm explaining why they're different, just that they are.
Okay. So would you agree that potentially the high-end, larger lot units may actually generate more traffic than single-family or multifamily residential units by employing, let's say, yard services, home cleaning services, pool services, home renovation projects, which would increase the traffic potentially?
So the only thing I would look at a large lot, single-family dwelling, if they have some kind of ohana or some kind of other separate unit, another detached unit, basically. So then I would analyze it as two single-family dwellings on a single lot. But the other activities are not analyzed.
If I may, Mr. Donahoe, how much longer do you think you have with this witness?
I have quite a bit. Sorry,
Okay.
Chair.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to, manage our proceedings and the various attention and biological needs that we all have. It's 11:02. I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess and we will resume at 11:12.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Donahoe, it's your witness. We're back on the record.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Okaneku, did you collect in your analysis? Did you collect Hawaii-specific data for comparable developments to assess the traffic impacts for this project?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you didn't conduct like traffic counts in Princeville or other islands such as Maui to analyze the number of daily trips to see if the projected counts in your analysis was accurate?
No, I did not.
And on page seven of your conclusions on your PowerPoint, you state the state DOT proposed Kaua bypass extension is expected to mitigate the Los E and F conditions on Kukui Street, correct?
Well, let's see. I haven't done the analysis on what the extension of the Kaua bypass would have done, whether or not it would have to actually change the level of service, but it would improve it.
Okay, but yeah, according to you in your presentation, it says the proposed Kaua bypass extension is expected to mitigate the Los E and F conditions on Kukui Street. That's what you stated.
I know what it is, but like I said, I would characterize it more as an improvement rather than a mitigation.
Okay. Let me ask this: what if the Kaua bypass extension it either gets delayed or is never completed? how does that affect your analysis? And do you have any other alternative traffic mitigation measures?
Not other than what I have already recommended in the TIAR.
Okay. Okay. And are you aware of the possible condition to require the petitioners to pay a pro rata share of the costs of road improvements to mitigate regional traffic impacts?
Yes.
Okay. But paying the pro rata share of the cost does not guarantee that an improvement will be constructed by the time the project is built. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and paying the pro rata share of the cost will not ensure that regional traffic is actually reduced, right?
Yes.
Okay. So on page 10 of your PowerPoint presentation, you recommend constructing a new T intersection at Road A and Olohena Road.
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe just the stop control anticipated at the intersection?
The Road A is going to be stop controlled, while the Olohena Road will have the right of way.
Okay. Would it be a one-way stop sign, three-way stop sign, a traffic signal?
It's a one-way stop. Only Road A is going to be have a stop sign.
Okay. And the proposed T intersection, that would be right next to Kaua Middle School, correct?
Right, just mark of the middle school.
Yes. And did you analyze whether that intersection would impact delay and safety of school traffic and functioning, especially at pickup and drop off times, including those who may be walking or biking?
I did not analyze the school's traffic circulation, only at the intersection itself.
Okay. And did you analyze potential delay and any safety issues for those entering or exiting the project access road in relation to school functioning, especially at the pickup and drop off times?
Again, my analysis is only at the intersection of Road A.
Okay, just at the intersection of Road A.
Right. I mean, it's during the same period, but not time periods, but not like I said, at the school's driveways.
Okay. And would you agree that the traffic generated from the 769 proposed residential units concentrated at two intersections would be a significant amount of traffic concentrated at just two access points?
It would be a significant. I've seen worse.
Okay.
4 units on a single access, but you know. It's,
okay, but it would be significant in your opinion.
Sure.
Okay. How do you see emergency services timely and safely accessing the project area during an emergency through these two access points if there's a significant increase in traffic?
I don't see any impediments by emergency services because there's another Malcolm Mackay corridor for access to the valley that might maybe actually improve the EMS responses.
Okay. And despite the county's request, the traffic analysis, it didn't contain any analysis of including a roundabout at the intersection of Road A and Olohena Road instead of the T intersection, correct?
I looked at it, but I did not include it in the TIR, no.
Okay. Wouldn't you agree that a roundabout would greatly improve traffic safety?
Well, in my opinion, a roundabout should not be constructed on a inclining roadway. I guess inspection of the intersection location, Olohena Road goes down at about a 5 to 6% grade, and because of that, you like to have a roundabout needs to be flat. So if you're going to try and flatten the roundabout, you're going to have to change the grade of Olohena Road to actually kind of bring it to a flat and then, you know, back down to normal grade. So it's going to be a lot of work actually to do a roundabout, basically for safety, for sight distances and so forth. But that's kind of a general geometric recommendation for roundabouts.
But you didn't include any of that analysis in your traffic report?
No, I did not.
So would you consider a roundabout at the intersection of Road A?
It depends on where Road A intersects. I understand that the location of Road A is going to be moved, or they're thinking about moving it. So if they can find a nice level location, that might be feasible.
Okay. In by location, could the roundabout be the Malka side of the school?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The intersection will be on the Malka.
Okay, so it's possible that the roundabout could be there.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
so,
like I said, not at the location shown on the map. That's the location that I looked at. But I understand that the county wants to move even further, Malka.
I'm so sorry.
Like I said, you can find another.
Mr. Okunaku, you need to slow down.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry.
Did you say the county?
Like the Kapa'a crawl, you need to slow down.
Okay, it's my understanding that the county of Kauai has asked the developer to move that intersection further Malka of where it is shown on the development plan. So I inspected the location where it is shown on the development plan, and it was my opinion that Olohena Road is too steep to construct a roundabout intersection.
Okay. Would you agree that if in any updated TIAR that would be required to be completed during the county review process, that the TAR must analyze the inclusion of a roundabout at the intersection of Road A and Olohena Road versus utilizing the stop control at the same location, including an analysis of capacity and level of service?
If that's the county's request, sure.
Okay. Would you agree that the sidewalk in front of Kapa'a Middle School should be expanded to connect to the intersection of Road A, regardless of whether there's a T-stop intersection or a roundabout?
I think there's other alternatives. I'm not sure if the site can be developed so that there's direct pedestrian connections to the school from the site rather than going to the highway. I mean, a little shorter distance between the site. But I'm not sure how the border of the school is configured.
Okay. But, and I wanted to focus a little bit on multimodal transportation. So, are you aware that the petition states that the proposed project will include a multimodal main roadway through HoKua farm lots and the project, and will include bus stops, sidewalks, and a bicycle and walking path connecting from Olohena Road adjacent to Kapa'a Middle School through the project to the Kapa'a Bypass Road, facilitating sustainable travel to and from Kapa'a town, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you familiar with the conceptual project plans included in the FEIS, as well as petitioner's exhibits that are currently associated with this project?
Yes.
Would you agree that as currently conceived, the T intersection provides no multimodal transportation connection to Kapa'a town, as well as presents potential traffic and safety concerns, especially during the school's rush hours?
No, I don't agree it does.
You don't agree with, do you agree that that the conceived plans has a multimodal transportation connection to Kapa'a town from the middle school?
I think Road A is required to conform to the complete streets design, whether or not that continuation goes through state highways, Kapa'a Bypass, Olohena Road, Kukui Street, all the way to Kapa'a Town is something that's outside of the project's control.
Okay. Are you aware that the conceptual plans and the TAR include no pedestrian crosswalks or sidewalks within the project area and no connections to areas outside of the project? Would you agree with that or no?
I don't think there's enough detail in the project area to decide whether or not where crosswalks will be striped.
Okay. So as it stands now, the answer to that is no. It doesn't include any of those details.
Every intersection has a legal crosswalk unless there's a sign saying no pedestrian crossing, whether it's striped or not.
Okay. Are you aware that the conceptual plans contain no areas reserved for bus stops or other multimodal mobility hubs that encourage, let's say, alternatives other than the use of cars?
Again, the plan that I've seen is in conceptual form, so no, it does not specifically identify bus stops and any other kind of park and ride such as facilities.
Okay. Would you agree that the project, though, must support a pedestrian program throughout the development, especially surrounding the Kapa'a Middle School?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you also consider that the proposed project must include the creation of connected and safe bicycle networks that accommodate all riders?
I would agree that any kind of a bicycle facility should be included in the project streets, the project limits.
Okay. Okay. And then would you agree that the multimodal connectivity within the project as well as connectivity out of the project area are key to encourage a reduction of the vehicle trips by the project residents?
Yes.
And has the project considered any plans for transit passes provided that you're aware of, provided by like a homeowners association to encourage residents to use county transit instead of vehicles?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. Would you agree that it would be beneficial for the project to have a direct bike and pedestrian connection to Kapa'a Middle School?
Yes.
Would you agree that affordability includes other factors other than a residential unit's cost? For example, like decreasing transportation costs could decrease housing costs overall.
That's probably a little out of my
okay.
expertise.
Okay. Would you agree that any proposed traffic or multimodal transportation plan would have to comply with county street design manual?
Yes.
Okay. And would you also agree that any proposed traffic and multimodal transportation plan will comply with KCC section 9-2.3, which states that the street design must accommodate multimodal circulation networks and travel by bicyclists, public transportation vehicles and their passengers, and pedestrians of all ages and abilities, taking into account local context and sensitivity to community character?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that if roads are anticipated for dedication to the county must agree that the roadways have to meet minimum county standard requirements?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the county subdivision code, which includes maximum block lengths and other street requirements?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Okay, so you wouldn't know if the current subdivision layout as submitted by the applicant meets the county subdivision code requirements for street layout or not?
No, I do not.
Just on some of the design issues for the multimodal proposal, as part of your analysis, did you conduct a site visit of the petition area?
I did a site visit of the surrounding streets.
Okay. Would you agree that the terrain and the slope by the intersection of Olohena Road and the Kapa'a bypass along the edge of the petition area across from the current roundabout in skate park is fairly steep?
I don't recall it as being between the skate park and the roundabout. I don't recall it as being
No, but between the roundabout and that area of the petition area, coming down
just
from,
above? Yes,
it is steep, correct?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, would you agree that the steep slope on the edge of the petition area would make it difficult to have a direct walking and bike connection from this part of the petition area straight down to the roundabout so that Kapa'a Town could be accessed?
I would have to see a final grading plan to make that determination.
Okay, but would you agree that somehow a walking and bicycle connection to the roundabout from the HoKua Place development would be important in improving the walkability and bikeability from the development to Kapa'a Town?
Are you saying a direct connection from the site to the roundabout vicinity?
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
what you're looking at?
I'm sorry, I didn't get your answer.
No, I'm trying to think of. I don't think that it's a critical element if the same thing can be provided from the roadway intersection, to the Oloheina roundabout.
Okay. Do you think it would be feasible and beneficial to place, if that area is steep, to place stairs coming down from the steep slope on the edge of the petition area to connect to the roundabout at the intersection of Oloheina Road and the Kapa'a bypass?
No, I do not.
Why not?
I believe it won't be conform to the Disability Act for handicapped wheelchairs, so on and so forth.
Mr. Donahoe, sorry, can you give me a sense of how long you have?
I have about 9 more questions.
If you were to put a time estimate on that.
4 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay, go to it.
I'll go as fast as I can.
No, I'm not. I'm not. To be clear, I'm not trying to prejudice your cross-examination. I'm just trying to manage the proceeding. That's all.
Oh, I understand, sure. Thank you. The slope that's coming down from the edge of the petition area to the roundabout, and the Kapa'a bypass, it also goes along steeply along the length of the petition area, along as you travel down the Kapa'a bypass road toward the proposed roundabout by Road A, correct?
Like I said, I'm not familiar with the grade on the site itself.
Okay, but if it's a similar slope that has similar steepness to the one that you described, the one that was right by the roundabout, do you believe it would be feasible and beneficial to design a bike and walking path that would lead from the roundabout, go along Kapa'a bypass road horizontally, and then address the steep grade by having various switchbacks that would go back and forth, which would cross this slope, but only at a maximum grade of about 5%. Would that be beneficial to walkability and bikeability?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that there should be pedestrian and bike lanes on both sides of Oloheina Road leading from the middle school down to town?
I don't think bicycle lanes are required. They're beneficial, but I don't think they're a requirement of the Kapa'a bypass. Pedestrian crosswalks can be provided at least on one side of the highway.
Okay. Is it fair to say if there? Oh, I'm sorry.
But no, go ahead.
No, I didn't hear the very last of what you said.
What I said, I was just going to comment that having sidewalks on both sides of the Kapa'a bypass are beneficial, but at a very minimum, they should be at least on one side of the highway.
Okay. Would you disagree that if required to have sidewalks on both sides, that would potentially increase safety?
Sure.
Okay. And would you agree that a multimodal path from the roundabout down by Olohena Road, down by the skate park to the entrance access point of HoKua Place could potentially increase safety?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commission. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donahoe. Mr. Yee.
Thank you. Let's just start with an update since your September 2017 final TIAR. When did you send the final TIR to the State Department of Transportation, if you know?
Oh, geez. I don't recall it specifically, the dates. I usually send the draft TIR as a unofficial submittal to the agency for like a preliminary review to give them a head start. But like I said, I have to go back to my file to see the actual date.
Okay. Did you send a copy of the final TIR to them?
No, I did not.
Do you remember receiving a reply from the State Department of Transportation with comments?
Yes.
And do you remember roughly when that was?
Well, shortly after my unofficial submittal.
And did you send a further reply to them? Or did you meet with them regarding those concerns?
To my recollection, the initial response from DOT, there were no significant comments.
Did the Department of Transportation suggest that further discussion was required?
Not that I recall.
So since the DOT comment letter, you haven't communicated with them further since then, is that right?
I've discussed the status of some ongoing projects with them.
I'm sorry, did you have a discussion with the State Department of Transportation regarding this project, TIAR, after you received the comment letter from DOT?
Not on their comments. Like I said, I discussed, I inquired about the Kuyo Highway widening and the Kapaa bypass extension status of those projects.
Generally, if I understand this, would you agree that the TIR will need to be updated at some point? If that's a question. Do you? I think you're muted as well, by the way.
No, I'm trying to think through. It needs to be updated per the request of DOT as well as Public Works.
Do you think?
But in my opinion, I don't. In my opinion, I think the TIR as written could stand.
Typically, is it your understanding that a TIR requires approval by both the state's DOT as well as the county before final county approvals can be given?
Yes.
And would also be true that typically, well, have you been involved in other matters involving the Land Use Commission?
Yes.
So is it your understanding that the TIR is typically not finally approved at the time of the LUC review?
The TIR is generally not necessarily approved, but accepted with comments normally at the end of the Land Use Commission reviews.
If typically then as well, if there's an issue about which you cannot reach an agreement, would essentially the developer have to change the TIR to meet the state and county concerns?
Depending on what the concern is.
Well, if you don't get the state DOT agreement, then you don't get your county approvals. Isn't that right?
My understanding is that DOT's approval of the traffic study is, how should I say this? The county approval is basically with the county. They'll defer the state facilities to DOT, but I don't think DOT has direct control over the project. It's the county that's the enforcing agency.
Are you familiar with typical land use commission conditions requiring state DOT approval before county approvals are given? Are you familiar with that condition in land use commission matters?
Yes.
So then if that condition was imposed in this case, the petitioner would not be able to, the petitioner would be in violation of the LUC conditions if it failed to get state DOT approval. Isn't that true?
If it does not meet DOT conditions, yes.
So if DOT doesn't agree with the final TIR, the developer will be in violation of the LUC condition, correct? If it doesn't get a agreement and they open up.
I've seen examples where the conditions are deferred to a later date when DOT has a chance to review actual plans, roadway plans and such. So, I mean, like I said, it depends on what the conditions are.
Do you think that there is any intent by this developer to proceed getting their final subdivision approval without final agreement from the State Department of Transportation?
I can't speak for the developer.
Would it be your recommendation that this project open up without getting state DOT approval?
No.
The TIR typically determines what impacts occur due to traffic, correct?
Yes.
It also looks at what local improvements or what improvements should be made to deal with local traffic impacts, correct?
Yes.
And based upon the impacts, the TIR will also be able, are also used to determine what regional improvement contribution should be made by the developer, correct?
No, not necessarily.
Well, isn't the TIR the basis by which regional contributions are determined?
Not to my experience.
Okay. Can you remember a project in which the state, in which this, the TIR was ignored in order to reach a determination on regional contributions?
I'm not sure if TIR is ignored. Regional contribution involves a monetary amount, which is really beyond the scope of a TIR.
Okay. One of the issues that's important to look at in a TIR are the assumptions being used in its creation, correct?
Can you repeat that question again?
One of the important aspects of a TIR are the assumptions that are used in order for the TIR to reach its conclusions, correct?
Yes.
Some of those assumptions would include what traffic improvements will be in place at the time the project opens, correct?
Yes.
Is it true that the Department of Transportation disagrees with you as to the assumptions you've made regarding the improvements that will be in place at the time the project opens up?
That's my understanding.
You consider that then to be substantial, not a substantial disagreement with the TIR?
TIR did not assume any improvements other than the widening of the Kuhio Highway, which is ongoing.
And let me be clear about that. The Kuhio widening project you're referring to is that the construction from Kuamo'o Road to the temporary bypass road?
Yes.
That does not include, though, the widening from the Plantation Road to Kuamo'o, the current contraflow and cones segment. Is that right?
What contraflow segment are you talking about?
The Kuhio widening project from Plantation Road to Kuamo'o, which is the current contraflow and cone segment, is not currently in construction, correct?
Yes.
It is also not a planned project which has programmed money for it, correct?
Well, so I'm misunderstanding which segment of the highway you're talking about.
All right, we'll clarify that in DOT's testimony about some of the assumptions that you're making in your testimony. One of the other assumptions, of course, is the number of trips and which direction those trips go in the AM and PM, correct?
Yes.
And so you said there are 443 trips is the assumption you've made, correct, in the AM?
Correct. Yes.
It's also important to know how many of those trips are going to go towards Lihue and how many are going to go away from it, correct?
Yes.
And that will determine, that has significant impacts on the conclusions that you will reach, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the Department of Transportation had disagreement about that, that disagreement needs to get resolved in order for the TIR to be valid, right?
Yes.
And then would it be your understanding that the various concerns from the county and the state have to be resolved to their satisfaction before this project will get its final approvals and is able to open up?
Yes.
Did you review the Office of Planning's Exhibit 7?
I'm not, probably, but I'm not what.
A letter from the Department of Transportation?
All right, can you, excuse me, you were speaking at the same time, busy each other, and that's not possible for the court reporter to get. Mr. Yee, will you repeat the question?
I was going to explain, OP Exhibit 7 is a letter from the Department of Transportation. Did you see that? Did you see that letter?
Yes.
And is that the letter that the concerns in that letter, were they concerns that you think are not substantial?
No, those came a lot later than the initial comments that I received.
And are these the kinds of concerns that have to get resolved before the final approvals can be made?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay. Is it Mr. Collins or Ms. Isaki?
It would be me. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. How long do you think you have?
At least half an hour.
Okay. Let's go till noon. We'll break at noon, continue at 1 p.m.
Hey, thank you very much.
Ms. Isaki, it's your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Okaneku, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I understood. You said that DOT deferred the proposed widening of Kapa'a Bypass Road. That's the part that's south of the parcel, not the other one.
We're going north from the roundabout back to the Kuhio Highway.
Oh, okay. So it is the widening from Kapa'a Bypass Road, Kapa'a Bypass Road from Olohana to Kuhio Highway. All right. That's what got deferred. And how did you find out that it was deferred?
It was my conversation with the planning branch of staff.
And when did that conversation occur approximately?
Let's see. Within the past couple of months, earlier this year.
Thank you. And I'm also looking at your, this is in your, the 2017 TIAR that was part of the updated one that was part of the EIS. Did you just consider the Kauai long-range land transportation projections in order to calculate traffic increases?
Yes.
Good. And I think you told the county this, but want to make sure you didn't look at the actual planned developments in East Kauai or in Kauai to assess cumulative developments, correct?
Not specific developments, no.
Okay. And you used the year 2030 peak hour traffic without the project to estimate background growth in traffic, correct?
Yes.
Is the project presumed to be built out by 2030?
That's the assumption the TIR made.
And so in regard to timelines or studies, assuming that everything's going to be built in 10 years, correct?
Yes, that's the assumption, yes.
Can we look also at your, this is in your, I believe it, I'm sorry. This is in the EIS. I would like to share my screen briefly. This is the EIS, which is Intervenors Exhibit 2. And this is your 2017 TIAR at page 18, and I'll pull it up first. And just so we know that we're talking about the same thing, is it permitted that I share my screen, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. So it's a little large, but so in this, you said that, I'm not sure if you can see my pointer, but Transportation Solutions also identifies Road A as a new connector road, blah, 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 which was prioritized beyond the 10-year time frame, and the construction cost of the connector road is estimated at $25,824,000. That's correct statement, or I'm reading correctly from your TIR?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and so what was meant by prioritized beyond the 10-year time frame?
Well, that's how the Kauai Transportation Solutions study estimated the completion of the roadway.
Okay, so so that's not your estimate. It's going to happen before 10 years.
Yes, that's the Kauai Transportation Solutions estimate.
And the $25 million estimate, is that from that Transportation Solutions plan or another source?
That's from that Transportation Solutions study, yes.
Okay. And do you know if that estimate includes bike lanes or sidewalks?
I assume it includes all county standard roadway requirements.
Would it also include the stop sign and building the roundabout that HoKua Place is proposing?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. So would Road A be prioritized within the construction of HoKua Place, or be like, when would it be phased? Would it be phase 1 or towards the end?
I don't think it'd be in phase 1. Phase 1 is just a small agricultural subdivision at the top of the site. So it'd be the second phase.
I'm sorry, I forgot, yes. So I guess what I meant to say is, will Road A be built first before anything else, or will other things be built before Road A?
Well, I guess portions of roadway will need to be built to provide access to the site. Whether or not it goes all the way up to Olohana depends. It's really up to the contractor and the developer.
Okay, so a portion of Road A will be built initially at the beginning. Is that correct?
That would be my assumption, yes.
Okay. Do your traffic studies disclose traffic impacts during the development phase before Road A is operational, like before it, like you said, connects to Olohena?
That's correct.
Yes, so your testimony is that your traffic studies do disclose project traffic impacts during the development phase before Road A is constructed.
I'm sorry, it analyzes traffic impacts without Road A, without the project, without Road A. So it basically is what would happen if nothing, if the HoKua place is not developed, what would happen in the year 2030. So that's the baseline condition where I'm measuring the traffic impacts.
Okay, thank you. And so to clarify, you're not looking at project traffic during the development phase?
No.
Okay, thank you. So, and I'm sorry that I think that the Office of Planning asked you something like this. The Department of Transportation is seeking a TIAR that includes regional improvements to be provided on a prorated basis. A proportional share impact fee estimate shall be done based on the project percentage of trips. Is that a correct statement of their comment?
Based on a what? I couldn't understand you.
Sorry. Based on the project's percentage of trips.
Okay, thank you.
Is that a correct statement of the DOT comments?
That's my understanding, yes.
And is it correct that that regional improvements are separate from the specific project-related improvements that HoKua Place is proposing to fund?
Well, in my TIR, I identified Road A as a regional improvement, which is also what Kauai Transportation Solutions also included as a regional improvement.
Good point. Is that the only regional improvement that is included in your study?
In the TIR? No, they are. I think I made a recommendation over at the Olohena roundabout, as well as smaller improvements along Kuio Highway.
And those would be funded by HoKua Place as well?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, thank you. Have you or anyone estimated the prorated fee that Department of Transportation referenced in its comments?
I have not yet looked at that estimate.
Okay. So that, so these costs, the prorated fee, that would not be included in any infrastructure costs that have already been provided for this project?
That I don't believe so.
Okay. And sorry, did you testify that the Kapa'a bypass widening and the south of the parcel will relieve the need for contraflow coning?
Kapa'a, Kuio Highway, I mean, would relieve the need for
Kuio Highway.
Yes.
And will that only relieve the need for contraflow from the bypass to the bridges? And after that, after that portion to Lehue will still need contraflow coning. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's the limit of the improvement.
Okay, understood. So in your studies, you chose 3 intersections to study that connect to Kuio Highway, in addition to your evaluation of the Kapa'a bypass, correct?
1, 2, 3.
In your studies,
I think there's 4 intersections along Kuio Highway. But yeah, go on. I mean, I think there's a 4th, but.
Okay, there's a 4th. The data collected for these 4 intersections were collected in March 2017, correct?
Yes.
And when it was collected, you studied that it was collected to study AM peak, midday peak, and PM peak, correct?
I collected the midday peak, but I did not analyze it in a TIAR.
Okay, and so the when the 2017 TIAR was released and up until January 25th, 2021, when you released your supplemental memorandum, the data that revealed midday peak numbers is not included or not disclosed, correct?
I believe the supplemental shows the midday peak hours.
And that was only disclosed in January 25th, 2021.
Yes.
The midday, Mr. Bracken earlier testified to the commission that he was in contact with the contractors as to their work that was being done. Did you release all of your data to the project managers once you had completed your 2017 survey?
Not directly. The data is included in the traffic study.
Was the midday peak data included in your 2017 TIAR?
No, I believe the roundabout intersection has a midday peak, but other than that, they were included in the supplemental memorandum that was completed earlier this year.
Got it. And so in your supplemental report, you explained that the Institute of Transportation Engineers, their manual, doesn't suggest including midday peak data because usually AM and PM peak hours of traffic are about 80 to 140% higher, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But if we examine the 2017 or the data that you provided for the AM and PM peak hours, as compared to the midday peak hours, there isn't a significant difference in the peak. The data does not show that 80 to 140% drop during the midday peak. Is that correct?
I believe that the percentage you're talking about is the project shift generation decreases between 40 and 70% during the midday.
So to restate that, you're saying like the traffic generated from the project is predicted to drop between 80 to 140% during the midday.
I believe it's between 40 and 70%, but yes.
Can we look at your exhibit? I'm going to put it up there. It's your traffic memorandum, just so we make sure that this is your supplemental one.
It's 12:02, Ms. Isaki. How much further do you want to go?
We can stop here,
okay.
And I'll just pick up with my screen share later.
Okay, it's 12:03. We're going to go into recess. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Before we go to recess, so we will finish with Mr. Okaneku, then we will move on to Mr. Cassidy following that. I've been advised by one of the commissioners they need to leave at 3 today in response to Mr. Ewan's procedural question. One of the commissioners needs to leave by 3:30. Are there any other constraints on our commissioners? Commissioner Giovanni?
4:30.
Okay. Mr. Ewan, should we be so fortunate as to get through Mr. Okaneku and Mr. Cassidy? Do you have another witness you're prepared to call?
I frankly am not prepared to call anyone else. I thought it was going to take a full day to get through Mr. Okaneku and Mr. Cassidy.
Okay. So let's shoot to be completed with both of them by 3 o'clock. We'll plan on hopefully no later than 3:30, which would put a burden on one of our commissioners to have to read that portion of the transcript. Okay, it is 12:04. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. We're back on the record. It's 1:01 p.m. and we are continuing the cross-examination of petitioners' witness on transportation and traffic issues by the intervener. Are you ready, Ms. Isaki?
Yes, I'm ready. Is the witness ready? Yes. Mr. Okaneku? Great.
Yes,
okay. Mr. Okaneku, I'm going to share my screen just so we're both on the same page, literally. This is Exhibit 19, your traffic memorandum from 2021. Okay. So I'm looking at this last paragraph on this page. Exhibit 19. Let me make it larger. So, and this is a it's a long paragraph, but I'm going to start here. With the exception of Kuhio Highway and Kukui Street, the midday peak hour traffic at the other intersections were either lower or about the same as the AM and or PM peak hour traffic. The midday peak hour of traffic at the intersection of Kuhio Highway and Kukui Street occurred between 9:15 a.m. and 10:15 a.m. The midday peak hour traffic at the intersection was about 3% and 12% higher than the AM and PM peak hour traffic, respectively. The ITE trips generated by a multifamily residential development during the AM and PM peak hours of traffic are about 80% higher and 140% higher than the midday peak hour trips, respectively. That's a correct statement from your memorandum?
Yes.
And you're saying here that residential development traffic is generally predicted to be 80 to 140% greater for AM and PM as compared to midday peak, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to stop my share. But here you're saying, but here what you found in existing conditions, that the midday peak is lower, but not 80 to 40% lower, or about the same, or at one intersection is actually higher than AM or PM traffic, correct?
No, the 80% to 140% is the trips generated by the HoKua place.
Oh, so
Not
the trips generated.
Right. So in other words, the peaks occur for residential developments will occur in the AM peak and the PM peak.
But here, for the existing conditions, you don't see a midday peak that is, or for trips generated. Or would the trips generated, sorry, let me rephrase my question. Would trips generated translate to more traffic?
During the AM and PM peak hours, yes.
Okay, and in the existing conditions, though, we don't see a midday peak, or we don't, the midday numbers are not significantly lower than the AM and PM hour traffic.
No, ambient traffic, yes, yes.
Is it a significant finding that Kapa'a traffic or area traffic is not relieved during midday?
If you know.
Let's see. I don't know if it's significant or if it's not unique. Because generally, if you look at a resort, the resort will have a midday peak because of the visitor traffic. Downtown Honolulu has a midday peak because of the workers, what it used to have anyway. But I don't know what, did that answer your question?
So, but this would not, so the 80 to 140% number of trips generated, that would be something different than, or that is not, that would be additional to what we're finding in this, in the study that showed all of the numbers, midday peak and AM and PM traffic.
Let's see. Can you restate the question? I'm not sure if I understand what you're asking.
This, what you're describing as a 80 to 140 percent higher trip generation, that will be additional to what you're finding, or what the what your surveys disclosed.
Well, the 80 to 140% represent the AM and PM peak hours of traffic of the project, of the project's generated trips. Now, what we do is put that, the AM and PM peak hour, overlay that on the commuter AM and PM peak hour traffic.
Okay, and here, in the existing conditions, the AM and PM commuter traffic is not significantly greater. It's the same throughout the day.
At Kukui Street is the only one that I found to be have a higher peak in the morning. The others were the peaks were the AM and PM peak hours.
I'm sorry, you said the peaks were the AM and PM hours, but they did not translate to what you were predicting for Kapa'a or for the HoKua place, which is 80 to 140% trips generated increase. Correct?
The AM and PM peak hours are higher than the midday peak. That's what the 80 and 140% means. In other words,
yes.
there's two spikes. When you see a graph of the trips generated by the project, there'll be two peaks, one in the AM, one in the PM, and it'll drop off.
Yeah, I guess I'm just restating the data that you showed in your 2021 memorandum, which is that you don't see those two peaks across the board for other areas of existing traffic in the area. Is that correct? Or a correct statement maybe of what?
We're talking about different peaks, I guess. This 80 to 140% is the peak traffic from the project, coming out of the project. Now the peaks that I'm talking about in the midday peak is the ambient traffic, the existing traffic throughout the day.
Correct, and you don't see an AM and PM peak that would map onto the 80, 40 to 140% that you're predicting. That's in the existing traffic, correct?
Okay, I think I understand. Yes.
And this information was not disclosed in your 2017 TIAR.
That's correct.
And so at the existing conditions, traffic is congested all day long. Is that correct?
No. Again, the 2021 assessment shows that these major intersections, the peak hours still occur during the AM and PM peak hours of traffic, with the exception of Kukui Street.
And you did not say that at least one other intersection, and you only looked at, you said 3 or 4 intersections?
Yeah, but the assessment looks at the four major intersections.
Okay. I'm debating if I want to drag us through all of the different intersections. I think maybe your study speaks for itself, and I can do that in written. But you did say in that one paragraph that I read, the summary, that the midday peak is lower, but as you said, not 80 to 140% lower, or about the same, and then it as the AM and or PM peak hour traffic, correct?
No, you're describing two different peaks. The 80 to 140% is the project generated traffic. So what's coming out of the project is 80 to 140% lower during the midday than the peak hours. That's why we focus on the peak hours, because that's the greatest impact. And that's what we're looking at, the impact of traffic that comes out of HoKua Place. So that's the reason why we look at the AM and PM peak.
I was actually just restating what was written in your memorandum, but I'll leave that for now. You said that this information was not in your 2017 TIAR. Is it possible that this information now disclosed to the county, and I'm not sure, has it been disclosed to the DOT? Department of Transportation? The 2020, I'm sorry, has the information in your January 2021 memorandum been disclosed to the Department of Transportation?
I'm not sure.
Is it possible that information on this existing condition of midday peaks, is it possible that that this information will change the Department of Transportation's comments and recommendations?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I will move on to my next group of questions. So do either the 2017 or 2021 memorandum respond to the county's concern regarding the basis for the level of congestion calculations? That is the recommendation that the TIAR compare actual observed traffic conditions with calculated delays and level of service?
Wait, can you repeat that again?
Does your 2021 memorandum, does it respond to the county's concern regarding the basis for your level of service calculations? They specifically recommended that the TIAR compare observed traffic conditions with calculated delays and levels of service, offering explanations for the difference in the observed level of service and the calculated level of service.
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you. And this is, does your 2021 study reflect a level of service for movements along Kuhio Highway as opposed to the intersections? And if you could please help me find that number.
No, it does not.
Okay. Does your traffic study consider impacts and delays consequent to future sea level rise during the life of the project?
No, it does not.
And it does not, does your study does not address the loss of sections of Kuhio Highway that would push north-south traffic up towards the bypass road?
No, it does not.
Okay. So I want to go back to the mitigations. The mitigations that you've described, and this is in your presentation, slide 11, and it was the one that was titled HoKua Place Traffic Improvements. If I can put it on the screen if that helps to jog your memory. The ones that the HoKua Place traffic improvements, those are the ones that only HoKua Place is going to pay for, or HG Kauai, the petitioner, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And when combined with other publicly funded mitigations, say the DOT ones, the level of service will stay at a level, like at the present level or slightly better when HoKua projects impacts are considered.
Yes.
Is that okay? So HoKua Place is depending on these publicly funded government improvements to keep the level of service at the present level or slightly better.
Well, the report just makes recommendations to improve the levels of service to mitigate the project's impacts. The payments, who pays for it, who builds it, when it's built is not part of the scope of the TIAR.
Okay. Going to one of those improvements, Road A, the Stein Road, you said that there's going to be an intersection just north of Kapa'a Middle School. We discussed this with the county. This is correct, right?
Yes.
And is it true that just Malka of Kapa'a Middle School along Olohana Road, there are already 2 feeder roads to that Olohana section? Kaihulua Road? Yes, okay. And so this will be a 3rd contributing road to Olohana, the Road A.
Yes.
In that same segment. And
yes.
And you did no studies to evaluate traffic impacts.
I did analyze the intersection of Olohana and Kaupuni.
With it, but not with the.
Yeah, that was
did you analyze? I'm sorry. Go. Please finish.
Oh, the intersection of Olohana Road and Kaupuni Road was included in the traffic impact analysis.
But not with the contribution of Road A.
Yes, with the contribution of Road A, with and without the Road A.
Oh, and this is in your 2017 TIAR? Okay, thank you. I will look at that. And are you aware that tourism on, or tourist visitors on Kauai increased between 2017 through early 2020?
No, I'm not aware of the numbers.
Okay. Do you have any plan for a bypass of the Kapa'a bypass if this project gets built?
Excuse me, a bypass of the I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Are there any plans, are you aware of any plans for an additional bypass if this project gets built?
An additional, no, I'm not aware of any additional bypass.
And when exactly are you planning to conduct your next traffic survey?
Well, the next traffic survey will be conducted when traffic returns to pre-pandemic conditions.
Do you have a projected date?
Not really. I've heard professionals say it might take 5 years to come back to pre-pandemic conditions. Others say, once we open up, it will. But again, we'll have to see because the state of Hawaii is monitoring statewide the traffic conditions. So that's my what I'm going to be checking on.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Isaki. Commissioners. Do we have questions for the witness? Commissioner Giovanni.
Thank you so much, Chair. I have a few questions. Thank you, Mr. Okaneku. Appreciate you being here today. First, I'd like to thank representatives from the county and the state and the intervener for asking the detailed questions they did. Saved me a lot of time, and I appreciate that. First question I had regards, and there's already been some questioning on this, is about an update to the 2017 TIAR. What's your understanding of the plans for that?
Let's see, the study has been delayed. It was supposed to have begun early last year, but when the pandemic hit, it shut down, kind of delayed it at least. It delayed it until normal conditions return.
So I just heard you say they may not return for 5 years. Does that mean you're not going to do it for 5 years?
If that's the case, yes. It wouldn't be reasonable for me to go out there and do it when, say, traffic is 25% below pre-pandemic conditions.
So similarly, does it make sense for you to do the study while the DOT project is ongoing about adding that new lane on Kuhio Highway that's not supposed to be finished until late 2023?
It depends on where the work is being done.
Could you explain that?
Well, if traffic is being backed up during the peak hours of traffic, I'm not sure what the work hours are for the highway. Normally, they would stay out of the AM and PM peak periods of traffic. So if that's the case, then I probably could do the analysis, since the construction will be done during the midday or evenings.
Was there any, when you embarked on the update to the traffic study that was interrupted by the pandemic, was the scope of that update similar to what you had done previously, or did it expand the scope of that study to consider additional questions like those you've heard today and like those that were raised at the LUC hearing when we accepted the final EIS?
Yes, it was expanded to include some of the comments received from DOT and Public Works, as well as the Land Use Commission.
So do you have a written scope of work of what that was planned for that TIAR?
Yes.
Would you be agreeable to place that, to make that available in evidence in this proceedings?
I don't have it with me. It's at my office. But sure, I mean, if the client is willing to divulge the scope, sure, I will probably be discussing it with DOT anyway before I would start.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. So thank you for that. And we'll proceed with the petitioner's representation to see if we can get a copy of that as part of the evidence in the case. I'd like to turn to the assumptions that you had in your studies and your analysis for the intersection of Road A and the bypass road. I think you said that you're envisioning a roundabout, a single lane roundabout for that new intersection. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we've heard testimony from the petitioner and his representatives that one of the features of this development is that it would promote and allow and encourage and make feasible the residents to visit on a regular basis by bicycle or by walking to Kapa'a town from the development. Is that correct?
Well, I believe that the design of the roundabout would accommodate, yes, pedestrians, bicycles, buses, if bus routes go through there.
Can you explain to me how that would work and whether or not that was taken into account in your study?
Well, the design of a roundabout includes crosswalks. Any roadway will include accommodations for bicycles and buses, not necessarily bus lanes or bicycle lanes, but still, it's just a shared roadway.
So one form of traffic or the other would be interrupted. Is that not true in order to cross the actual crossing of the bypass?
Let's see. Well, I mean, pedestrians will have to yield, like at any intersection.
So your view is that the bicycles and the pedestrians would wait until traffic was clear and then go across where the traffic would otherwise be that was traveling on the bypass?
Well, both bicycles, vehicles, and buses will have to yield until there's an opening in the roundabout, in the circle intersection at the roundabout.
So does your traffic analysis at these levels of traffic analyze that and see what type of interruptions might occur?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
And that would be included in your updated TIAR?
It was included in 2017 TIR, but it will be included, yes, in the update.
Okay, thank you for that. Are you familiar with what the cost might be for an intersection of this sort?
I've heard numbers like $1 million, but can't hold me to it. It's just a number that's thrown out there.
Does $1 million sound reasonable to you?
Yes.
It's reasonable because it's viewed as a appropriate cost or an accurate cost?
I think it's probably a little higher than accurate.
So you think it can be done for $1 million?
Well, again, it's a number that's been thrown out, and like I said, if somebody asked me without any analysis, I would say $1 million.
Okay. Did any of your analysis consider the potential impact of sea level rise in the areas affecting any of the roadways in Kapa'a, Wailua?
No, it did not.
So one of the concerns that I personally have about traveling and traffic in Kapa'a town is that it's relatively congested, as the intervener was asking you about, all day long until the late evening hours. But what's really troubling is when there's any kind of disruption to either the bypass road or Kuhio Highway in the vicinity of Kapa'a, then they really back up. What I'm describing is that if you're going from north to south on the island or from south to north in the island, and you have to pass through Kapa'a, it's common for motorists to look at which of those two which of those two thoroughfares is the most congested or the least congested, and to pick one or the other. However, when there's any type of disruption, whether it be for an accident, whether it be for construction, whether it be for striping, whether it be for vegetation control, one or the other will plug up and that net will be disrupted, and then both of them become very heavily congested. Was anything like that evaluated in your TIAR that you did in 2017?
No, it did not.
Can an analysis of the type that you do be done in such a way to address issues such as that?
The traffic impact analysis report analyzes what we call recurring congestion. We don't analyze incidents like you're speaking with about, like accidents or some kind of a flood or a bridge giving out. That kind of thing is not considered recurring congestion. This is something that you see kind of almost on a daily basis. That's the kind of impact that we're be addressing.
I wish that was the case. Unfortunately, I feel that some of those things feel like a recurring scenario on Kauai in that area, unfortunately. The last question I have has to do with sequencing. I think I understand correctly, and if not, please correct me, that your vision is what the traffic would look like when the mitigations are implemented and the housing development is complete and everything is kind of operating, construction is done. Is that correct?
Yes.
What would be your perspective on the appropriate sequencing of the infrastructure and mitigation work relative to the development of the housing and the occupancy of that housing in order to sustain a reasonable level of traffic, not a substantial increase in traffic, but a traffic level that is at or better than what we have today? What would be the proper sequencing of the infrastructure work versus the housing development and occupancy of that housing?
That kind of scope is usually included in what's called a construction traffic management plan, which is something that the contractor or possibly the developer might put together to kind of explain the phasing of a project and to analyze the construction traffic impacts. Whereas the TR basically is a before and after kind of a snapshot.
I think you misinterpreted my question a little bit. I'm not talking about construction generated traffic. I'm talking about the effectiveness of mitigations that are needed in order to accommodate the additional occupancy of the housing. And it seems to me, as a layman, that it would be appropriate to have those mitigations in place before the people started moving in, not after. Would you agree with that?
Well, I don't think I can speak to that. That's something that needs to be decided between the state, county, and the developer.
From an analytical point of view, are you able to evaluate the impact of the housing being occupied prior to the mitigations being done?
I have not analyzed the impact of any housing occupied prior to mitigation.
Are you capable of doing so if asked by the developer?
If I were to do a phase development analysis where you have a first phase, second phase, and third phase, so forth, yes.
So theoretically, the updated TIAR, which you are commissioned to do, which you have suggested would be appropriate to do about 5 years from now when the traffic returns to pre-pandemic levels, could accommodate a phased analysis for construction.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Giovanni. Commissioner Ohigashi.
Mr. Okaneku, is it Okaneku? That's how you pronounce it. I know because when I went to the mainland, everybody mispronounced my name when I went to school there. But I have one question. How do we know when things are approaching normal? And do we have to wait for pre-pandemic levels to return to assume they are normal? Or can we make assumptions that we may never reach pre-pandemic levels in order to
Well, the state
do the updated, in order to do the updated TIAR?
State Department of Transportation is monitoring traffic on a weekly basis, throughout the state. So that's the first indicator of what's happening out there. In my opinion, the update of the existing conditions, it may not be necessary, simply because there has not been a major development. Since 2017, there's no major roadways. We can still use that as a baseline to address the concerns of the county and the state and the Land Use Commission.
Okay, so I'm not sure what that means. That
Well, I guess what I'm saying is I can update the study without doing.
The witness, you need to not interrupt, please.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to finish my question. So I'm not sure what your answer means, but I'm trying to get at is that who will tell you, hey, it's now that we got to do the updated TIR? Yeah. Or are you going to determine that yourself? Or that's my question.
Yes, I guess it would be up to me to determine when the TIR should be updated.
And is it your testimony that you will wait till pre-pandemic levels are reached before making the TIAR?
No, not necessarily. I was starting to say that, in my opinion, I can update the TIAR based upon 2017 conditions and address all the concerns of state, the county, and the Land Use Commission. Still using the 2017 baseline.
So there's. We finish?
No, go ahead. Yes.
So is there any reason why that update cannot occur now then?
It really depends on the acceptance of the agencies of the 2017 baseline data, whether or not the county and the state will accept that data.
Have you attempted to, or have you submitted those data to the various agencies for them to be accepted?
Only in the 2017 TIR. That's the only submittal that's been done.
What I'm trying to get at is, what is stopping us from getting an updated TIR? I'm just curious.
Well, the initial, my initial scope called for a new field investigation in 2020, early 2020, because the comment that, my understanding, the comment was that the 2017 traffic data was too old.
I'm not sure if you answered my question, but I'm still in a quandary. If you don't need to return to pre-pandemic levels, you don't need, you need to get approval of the agencies to accept the 2017 data. It would appear then that that those two conditions can be met very kind of easily, and a updated TIR can be done. So that's the conclusion that I'm reaching. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Oh, that's correct.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Ohigashi. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Okaneku. I don't intend to keep you too long. I'm actually kind of going to get right to the chase. I'm not too much into the details. I consider you the traffic expert, although you haven't been qualified as the expert, but I consider you the traffic expert for the petitioner in this case. So in your opinion, will the proposed project, when it's built out, have an adverse impact on traffic?
No.
Interesting. Why won't it have an adverse impact on traffic?
The proposed recommendations are expected to mitigate whatever traffic impacts that are a result of the HoKua place.
Okay. So you took one. You stepped ahead of me. One, you only do mitigation because you have adverse effect. So you are obviously going to have an adverse effect because that's why you're doing the mitigation measures, right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So that's my next question. And based upon your expertise, what are you recommending as mitigation for this adverse effect?
To get the primary mitigation improvement, in my opinion, is going to be the construction of Road A.
And is because I heard there's other improvements being proposed by the state and the county. So is that improvement, Road A, being built by the developer?
Yes.
Do you have a cost for that?
No, I don't.
Do you know whether who would provide the developer that cost estimate?
Probably the civil engineer and the contractor ultimately.
Okay. Is that the only mitigation for the adverse impact?
Well, the other mitigations are intersection improvements, which is fairly minor, which is striping. The other major one might be the bypass lane that I'm proposing at the Obohena roundabout intersection.
So I guess I'm just trying to distinguish what is the developer paying for versus improvements that are being proposed by the government at taxpayers' expense.
At this point, my understanding is the developer is paying for Road A and its intersections with Obohena Road and the Kaua bypass.
Okay. And the civil engineer would be the one who would provide me the cost estimates for that.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Actually, you've answered my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners, are there further questions for Mr. Okaneku? Incidentally, Commissioner Ohigashi, people mispronounce my name here, and when I went to college on the continent, I was dismayed to find out people mispronounce my name there as well. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Okaneku, the reason why I'm going to ask the following questions is to make sure we're in compliance with that Hawaii Supreme Court case, Unite Here, ! Local 5 versus City and County of Honolulu. I've given that case citation before, so I won't repeat myself. My question first deals with what can be done. It's not what should be done, okay? So can you please give me a list of the things that can be updated in your TIAR?
The things that what can be updated in the TIR is a look at the Kaua bypass extension, the north leg going up to Puyo Highway. And then we will take a look at the midday peak if so instructed to show what the impacts are during the midday peak hours.
Are there anything else in your report that can be updated?
I guess the request by DOT as the project's contribution in terms of traffic, percentage of traffic to the region can be determined.
Is there anything else that can be updated in your report?
Well, the final thing, what we talked about earlier, is to update the existing conditions from the 2017 to 2020, whatever it's going to be, the baseline conditions.
And it is possible also for you to update your report to include conditions up to the start of the pandemic, correct?
I only have 2017. I have some, let's see, 2018 data in the region. So that's what I'll be relying on if I were not to do another field investigation.
Okay. Besides what you've testified up until now, is there anything else in your report that can be updated?
Well, any changes to the standards by the state and county since 2017 will have to be taken a look at and included in the analysis.
Okay, besides that and all the other things you've listed up until now, are there anything else that can be updated with respect to your TIAR?
That's all I can think of at the moment.
Okay. Now, you testified in response to a prior question that you had a proposal to update or to provide additional work with respect to the TIAR, correct?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe or list the items that comprised what your proposal entailed? In other words, what was the scope, to the best of your recollection, of what was included in that scope?
We would do another field investigation, which would include the study area in the 2017 study, except it would also include the north junction of Kaua Bypass and Kuio Highway. We would take a look at the extension of the Kaua Bypass to Kuio Highway. And then we'll also take a look at the midday peak hour.
Can you tell us briefly the reasons why you made that proposal? In other words, did someone ask you to present such a proposal, or was it something that you thought of proposing on your own, or can you give us the background why that proposal was made?
My understanding is that the update of the 2017 TIR was a result of a comment by one of the land use commissioners in a previous hearing.
Do you know whether or not you made that proposal before or after the final environmental impact statement was submitted?
The proposal was made after the final impact statement.
Now, you've made, backing up a bit to your answers about the list that you provided, or you just gave me in response to my question about the things that could be updated in your TIAR. Can you please tell me all the reasons why these things were not updated as of today?
Well, the update hinged on the another field investigation. That was the start of the update. Now, if the agencies were to accept 2017 data and maybe some 2018 data that I collected later on, that would proceed, but we haven't got that far yet.
Did you understand that at least some of the reviewing parties, including the Land Use Commission, and let me be more specific, reviewing parties meaning parties that are part of either the state or county governments, had concerns about whether or not your report contains stale, S-T-A-L-E information, as that term is used in the Unite 5 Here, or Unite Here Local 5 case?
I'm not sure what that acronym is.
Well, did you understand that persons that were part of either the state or county government were concerned that your TIAR was based on information which was considered or could be considered stale?
I'm not aware of the term stale.
Well, did you understand that there was a concern that your report could not be fully relied on unless it was updated?
My understanding that there were some concerns that the state and county had expressed, but I don't believe they talked about the baseline, the 2017 data that needed to be updated. That came out of a Land Use Commission hearing, I think it was last year.
Okay, well, then at least of last year, you understood that at least someone on the Land Use Commission had a concern about the, and if you don't want to, if we're not going to use my word staleness, we could use whatever equivalent word you might have in mind, which is equivalent to the word stale. But that type of information, you understood that the Land Use Commission, at least certain members might have a concern about that quality of information in your report, correct?
Yes.
Did you have this? Did you have a discussion with anyone on the development team, including attorneys, engineers, other consultants, about whether or not this concern being raised by the Land Use Commission about staleness or whatever other equivalent term you want to use should be addressed or considered?
Yes.
And who did you have that discussion with?
Would be the attorney for the petitioner.
Can we have a name to be specific?
Bill. Yeah.
And what were you told, or what did you say about?
Sorry, excuse me. Can the witness repeat your answer of the name?
The attorney, Bill.
And you said the last name?
G.
Ewan?
Ewan, sorry. Sorry, William Ewan.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting, Commissioner Okuda. No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I should have made sure the record was clear. I apologize. And did you raise the issue about the staleness or whatever equivalent term you want to use about the information, or did Mr. Ewan raise it to you?
Mr. Ewan raised it to me.
What did he tell you about the information on that topic or issue?
He had indicated that the one of the commissioners had said the 2017 data was rather old, and that the update of the TIR, should be prepared.
And what was your response?
Well, my response was I presented a proposal to update the 2017 TIR.
And was there a specific agreement or plan about when the information would be updated?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Okinaku.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda, and I apologize for the interruption again. Commissioner Giovanni.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up. So the assessment of the current condition, the characterization of the what do you call it? Pre-project conditions is based on the 2017 data. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in particular, there's a reliance on what I think you termed field investigations that was done. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you comment or clarify, or what was the totality of your time that you and your firm actually were on Kauai to experience and characterize the traffic in Kapa'a as part of your field investigations in support of the 2017 study?
The field investigation took about a week.
So the totality of your information gathering on site in Kauai, in Kapa'a, to characterize that traffic situation was about a week in 2017 with and I'm gonna take it one step further, a focus on the AM and PM hours at selected intersections. Is that correct?
Yes.
We have an abundance of public testimony in this hearing, in this case, in which the traffic conditions are, in lay terms, characterized by the general public as being horrific, terrible, words to that effect. In the field investigations that you did, would you come to a conclusion that, how would you characterize in lay terms the traffic situation in Kapa'a morning, afternoon, and evening today?
What I observed during the AM and PM peak hours of traffic, that the congestion, the backups, the stop and go conditions that a lot of people associate with congestion occurred outside study area. When I looked at the Lehua Street intersection, there was a blockage that was further north that backed up traffic to the Lehua Street intersection. The same thing happened at the Kapa'a Bypass intersection at Coconut Plantation. There was a backup further south downstream that backed up traffic to this intersection. So everything, there was nothing that I saw within the study area that had stop and go traffic that some of the people would characterize as congestion.
So the study area is basically the inside of Kapa'a town and not the ins where the thoroughfares meet at the extremities of Kapa'a town. Is that
well, it does. Lehua Street and Kapa'a Bypass are the limits of the study area, which connects to the Kuyo Highway.
So am I to generally interpret your perspective as what you're describing is that in Kapa'a, in the innermost part of Kapa'a, there's not traffic congestion as a general rule?
There were not any stop and go type of conditions that I saw within Kapa'a town, no.
You were there in a very fortunate time, if that was your experience. I'll just say that. Good for you. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Giovanni. Are there further questions for Mr. Okuneku?
Sure.
The commissioners. Commissioner Wong.
Yeah. Hold on, Chair. Chair, thank you. Just had thank you for the time. Mr. Okuneku, sorry, I just have a couple questions that's following up on Commissioner Chang. Just please explain this to me, because I just don't understand it that well on traffic issues. So if I got it wrong, please explain. what happened was you said that, or Commissioner Chang's thought or statement was something about the mitigation portion, there will be no change in traffic after mitigation. What do you mean by that? You know, I mean, I kind of confused if that means if we don't do anything, traffic will still be the same. And if we mitigate, traffic will be the same. How does that make sense?
No, what I've concluded in the traffic impact analysis report is that the mitigation measures are intended to mitigate all the traffic impacts that result from HoKua Place.
Oh, okay. So after it's built, the traffic will be whatever happened. You know, it'll be the same if it, if it wasn't built. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So, I sometimes I go see my auntie on Kauai, and she lives in Kapa'a side, and just trying to go back to the airport from Kapa'a is nuts. So I'm amazed that you guys didn't see that much traffic. So I just was wondering, when you do your study, have the by Coconut Grove area, the bridges.
Yes.
It get back. Yeah. So I mean, did you get one guy there? Like how I see some guys sometimes before sitting there with the little clicker under the umbrella, or I mean, how did that work?
No. What I do is to install video cameras at the intersections. So I have documentation. I can show you the videos.
No, that's okay. Thank you. No, I was just wondering because I was thinking about this whole issue. I'm from Oahu, of course, not neighbor islands. So like Commissioner Giovanni would have a better understanding of the area. But, I come from IAEA going to H1, H2 merge. And that sucker, in the morning gets bust up. And so, I can't see how, if Core Ridge comes up, there's going to be more traffic. All these places are going to have more traffic. If you add, like on Kauai, if you add a place, not going to have that much traffic with that mitigation.
Well, again, the intent of the traffic impact analysis report is to mitigate the traffic that is being generated by HoKua Place. It's not going to solve all the traffic problems that currently exist, but whatever additional traffic that is a result of HoKua Place is intended to be mitigated.
Okay, so I'm still trying to get it around my head in terms of somehow, I mean, you have this big hose, and somehow you're going to add all these make the hose bigger, and somewhere along the line, the hose is going to become small, so it's going, tighten up somewhere. You don't think it's going to tighten up by the bridge?
You're talking about the Wailua River Bridge. Yes.
Yeah, over there.
Yeah, that will be the next bottleneck.
Okay. I just was wondering. That's it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong. Commissioners, are there further questions? If not, Mr. Okuneku, and hopefully I will do this long and not take us much past a full hour. In your own words, can you describe for me your understanding of the role of the Land Use Commission in this process?
Well, my understanding is the Land Use Commission is responsible for the changes in state land use throughout the state of Hawaii, and it relies on the agencies for technical reviews of any kind of report studies and so forth of that land parcel.
Is there standards or criteria that we're supposed to follow? Or are we simply pass-throughs for departmental expertise?
I'm not sure there's standards and criteria for the environmental review, and that's where the traffic studies usually fall under, whether it's an environmental assessment or an EIS.
So based on the understanding that you've expressed in your words of what our role is, can you describe what your role is in this proceeding? In your own words.
Well, let's see. My role, in my opinion, my role is to answer all the questions that the commissioners put forth, all the agencies, and as well as the general public. If
I was looking for, I guess, perhaps a more substantive rather than procedural description of your role.
In general, to educate, that has always been my intent.
Do you believe the Land Use Commission needs to rely upon a preponderance of evidence from the petitioner in order to rule that a land use district reclassification is justified?
Yes.
And are you part of the provision to us of a preponderance of that evidence?
Yes.
So I have a couple more questions. Given the very extensive questioning by your direct testimony, the cross-examination from the county, the state, and my fellow commissioners, and the stated concerns on the record from the County of Kauai and the State Department of Transportation with the limitations associated with your 2017 TIAR, do you believe that we have sufficient evidentiary basis as of now to grant this petition?
I believe the concerns of the state and the county can be resolved.
That was not my
without an
question.
update.
Mr. Okuneku, that was not my question. Could you please answer my question? I will repeat my question.
Yes, please.
Do you believe that we have, as the Land Use Commission, based on your testimony and the noted deficiencies by the county and the state of the 2017 TIAR, do we have a sufficient evidentiary basis to grant this petition at the current time? Or alternately, is further updates to the TIAR necessary if we are to grant this petition?
I believe we can resolve the concerns of the state and the county without an update of the traffic study.
Can you resolve the concerns of this Land Use Commission based on the evidence on the record now?
Yes.
Can you point to what those resolutions are of these concerns, particularly the fact that there have been multiple statements about the limitations of the 2017 study? The form of your answer could be you disagree with the state and the counties contesting the limitations of the study and you believe that they offer us sufficient evidence.
Well, I need I guess an opportunity to respond to the state and the county's concerns, to explain why the study did address some of their concerns.
Sorry, are you stating that you have done that in your testimony today?
No, I've not.
When was that going to be done, Mr. Okuneku?
It depends how we proceed from here. If we were to do a update of the study, then I would have a discussion with the county and the state as far as the scope of the update. If the update is not feasible because of the pandemic, I would propose to meet with the state and the county to resolve some of their issues without actually doing an update of the study.
What product would be produced to resolve those issues without an update of the study?
It'll probably be some letter format, letter report responding directly to their concerns.
But that is not in evidence before us, is it?
Not yet, no.
My last question, Mr. Okuneku, is, based on your expertise, you've stated that there is no impact if the project gets built out. And the traffic's going to be bad, but it's not going to be worse, to summarize it in sort of plain English. What if you're wrong? Who's responsible? And who bears the burden?
Ultimately, the accepting agencies.
Bear the burden or are wrong?
Bear the burden.
Not the people who drive through the traffic?
Well, I'm saying the if you want to call it blame, that's what I'm thinking of is for the burden of improving whatever I did wrong.
Thank you very much. I see that Commissioner Okuda has a further question. After this, I'd like to take a break if there's anything further. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not a question, and it's more than a technicality. You are correct, Mr. Chair, that it's preponderance of the evidence is the standard, but HRS 205-4, parent small h close parent, makes clear the standard is the clear preponderance of the evidence. So even though that's a minor word addition, I think it has significance. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioners, is there anything further for the witness at this time? If not, I give the petitioner the opportunity to either do your redirect now, if you have any, or wait till after a break.
I'd like to wait till after a break.
Okay, it's 2:09 p.m. We will reconvene at 2:19. Conclude with Mr. Okuneku and at least begin perhaps with our final witness of the day. Recess till 2:19. One minute. Can I get you some coffee, Commissioner Chang?
Please, I'm past the coffee stage.
Ooh.
A nice cool beverage would be nice.
If you follow my Instagram feed, you know that I started pandemic drinking late, but have come on strong. So
I was going to ask if the drink had an umbrella in it.
no, but I've been particularly fond of making a sort of lime gimlet, but with, in addition to lime, some kefir lime leaves muddled in there. It's quite good.
Sounds delicious. Sounds delicious.
Someday we'll all get back together and we can share these. So, okay, we have Commissioners Ohigashi, Wong, Cabral, Axon. Okay. Do we have Mr. Yuan? Okay, and Mr. Okuneku. Okay, it's 2:19. Oh,
Chair.
yes.
Commissioner Giovanni.
Oh,
I don't see Commissioner Giovanni.
Commissioner Giovanni. Did you try and raise him on the phone? He's like out of the meeting entirely.
Commissioner, Chair, this is Riley.
Yes.
He'll be signing on shortly. He'll be
Okay.
returning. Yeah.
Thank you. In the meantime, I can also describe that fresh lemon muddled with oregano is also very good with either gin or vodka.
That's probably more information than we need. But it definitely sounds delicious.
A little club soda, shaken, topped with a little club soda. There's a little simple syrup in there. And just my wife and I share one drink between us. So it's very light, but it's.
Okay. Now that is going to hold us until the rest of the afternoon.
Okay.
Images of that.
Hey, Commissioner Giovanni, welcome back. We're back on the record. It is 2:21. Redirect by Mr. Ewan of Mr. Okuneku.
Mr. Okuneku, I'd like you to clarify your remarks to the last series of questions by Chair Scheuer regarding your procedures or how you would conduct an update of the TIAR.
Let's see. To update the TIR, let's say next week, without any field investigation, I would rely on the 2017 data. I would collect data prior to the pandemic shutdown in Kaua, and use that as a basis to update the traffic study.
But wouldn't you have to consult with the Department of Transportation and the County Department of Public Works to see whether a update of that kind without additional field information would be acceptable to them?
Yes, to my knowledge, neither the county or the state has stated that the 2017 data is stale. So that's something that needs to be discussed, though, as far as before we begin.
But at this point, do you think that the existing report does provide a sufficient basis for the commission to approve the project conditioned upon a completion of a new TIAR before applying for county zoning as recommended by the County of Kauai?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Okuneku. You're done. And Mr. Ewan, where is your next witness?
Mr. Ricky Cassidy should be in the audience.
Mr. Collins.
Mr. Chair, we, I guess, are requesting under HAR 15-15-59-E4 that we have the opportunity to recross the witness.
Mr. Morris. One moment, Mr. Collins.
No, that is correct in terms of the directive of the administrative rule that witnesses shall be called in the following order in a district boundary amendment proceeding, and it does provide for the recross. So I don't see any problem with allowing that to go forward.
Okay, and if you will, Mr. Morris, help me, other than Mr. Collins, who would have the opportunity to recross?
Well, I also want to point out that generally the scope of cross-examination or recross will be limited to the scope of the testimony provided in the previous segment of testimony. So that will be at least one limitation. But the requirement of the recross examination is not limited to a particular party.
Commissioner Ohigashi, I recognize you raised your hand.
Oh, I was just going to ask the same question Mr. Morris answered about the scope of the recross.
Okay.
And it should be limited to only what was listed out.
Okay. Other than the intervener, is there anybody else who the county or the state who wishes recross?
Not by the county, Chair.
Okay.
Thank
Mr. Yee?
No, OP has no recross.
Okay. Commissioners? Well, go ahead, Mr. Collins. I'll check with the commissioners one last time.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I'll be doing the recross.
Okay. Sorry, excuse me. Ms. Isaki.
Thank you. Mr. Okaneku, you said you would update the TIAR with 2017 data. So you would not use the 2018 data that you said you told Commissioner Okuda that you collected? Is that correct?
So I will be using the 2018 data, which is was collected, which is outside the study area actually. So.
Okay, and did you discuss your clarification of response to Chair Scheuer's inquiries with Mr. Ewan during the break?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Did you just, when you responded to Mr. Ewan's question when he asked you to clarify your remarks to Chair Scheuer regarding procedures for how to do a TIR update, did you discuss that clarification of response with Mr. Ewan during the break?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
Commissioners, anything further? If not, I believe now, Mr. Okuneku. Am I correct here, Mr. Morris? We're done? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Okuneku. I will admit Mr. Cassidy. But I'm going to note, right, I'm bringing in Mr. Cassidy. We lose one commissioner at 3 and another at 3:30. So we could start and then have a break until we next gather to continue the examination and cross-examination of Mr. Cassidy, or given the somewhat unpredictable nature of these proceedings, we could defer until the next time. Do the parties have thoughts on this matter?
Why don't we start? Mr. Chairman, I suggest that we at least start with Mr. Cassidy.
Okay, I've admitted him. I've admitted him. If Mr. Cassidy, you'll enable your audio and video. So I may swear you in.
Mute.
There you go. I can see you now. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Ewan.
Mr. Chair, can I share my screen, please?
Please go ahead, Ms. Ahu.
Oh, okay, great.
Mr. Cassidy, please state your name and address for the record.
Paul Richard Kanahoa Kalani Cassidy Jr. I have a house in Honolulu and a house in Kauai. I'm on Kauai now. The home address is 1029 Evie Street, Honolulu 96816.
What is your profession?
I have a day and a night job for about 30 years. Well, about 40 years I've done market research, 30 years in Hawaii on housing. And then the night job is 15 years ago, I became trustee of my great-grandmother's estate, which is on Kauai. And so I, as a trustee, handle my beneficiaries and try and manage the land. My real estate consultant, sorry.
I was going to say, could you please describe your professional background in real estate marketing analysis and your consulting work?
On that score, I started working for Gentry Homes when they're the second largest developer on the island back in the mid 80s. 5 years later, went to the first largest home producer in the state, Castle & Cook. At Gentry, I did market analysis of the buyers, and I had an interface with the public agencies in terms of zoning, counting our affordables, and getting the city to pass each of the affordable applications. When I went to Castle & Cook, it expanded. I did peer review of studies that they did in housing and housing projections. When I left there, I became an independent outside third-party consultant, and that was about 25 years ago. And in that capacity, basically people come to me with the need for analysis and projection based on data to take it, to help with their financing, help with your projections, help maximize their revenues. So I do long-range projections for public entities that need them, and then short-term feasibility studies for private entities that need them. And then the hybrid would be like KS that has a long time horizon. And I merge the two disciplines.
Could you please describe your analysis of housing market trends on Kauai?
I have the benefit of being able to use data since 1980. And again, for clients, I will I'll grab the data and tell them what's happening at that moment, what's happened in the past, and what's going to happen in the future. Again, a projection. So when I did it for this, as you can see from the screen, I saw that new single-family units, and I focused on those since this is what the project's going to do. The brand new, newly built price would be over 1.2 million, and resale significantly under that, 800,000. Did the same for new condo units. Again, their prices were over $1 million, and resale was 550,000. I focused on average Kauai 2-bedroom unit sales price and rental rate because this project is weighted heavily in multifamily, and the 2-bedroom unit is the most populous or frequently built unit. So in that, I showed 2019, the sales price was roughly 580,000, and rentals was roughly 1,600. When I looked at the 2020 data, and bear in mind that this was taken before the pandemic had slowed down. And mention that because I'm going to read the price of 220 as below the 2019 price, significantly below. And I analyze that as follows, that in 2020, pandemic hit, demand dried up, hardly anybody was buying. The buying that was happening back then, and let's say fall of 2020, was in the high-end single family sector of the market. And then if you look at long-term market trends, couple things appear, that there's a cycle that usually is a step, whereas closings will vacillate. Prices are like a ladder and keep going up. And in this context, when the pandemic hit, we were, kind of going along, okay, slight rises and everything. After the pandemic, and with the benefit of hindsight, the demand for housing right now on this island today is much greater than one would have expected in lieu of the pandemic. Yeah, those are some of the long-term trends, but I'm sure you guys will get into it with me down the road.
What about the trends in housing supply?
Oh, housing supply, yeah, that's the last one there was 2019, less than 200 single-family buildings permits were issued. No condo buildings permits were issued. Multifamily is really hard to build profitably. It's not just that you have to put a lot of money up front and you know, where single family you can build one, sell it, build one, sell it. But the other thing that also makes the risk of building condos greater than single family is that you can have class action lawsuit against you if, you know, 10 years after somebody bought it, something leaked and the contractor said, well, that's a design fault. The developer shouldn't have sold that to you, and you get in a lawsuit. But that's down in the grassroots. The big picture is that there weren't a lot of building permits issued.
Please describe your analysis of the demand for housing on Kauai in general and East Kauai in particular.
Again, with the benefit of foresight being here right now, the demand is strong. There's a couple ways to see demand. Most people just look at the paper and get the monthly stats from HBR or Kauai Board of Realtors. But often in the long term, you like to look at population trends and then extrapolate from that trend series. What does this mean for housing? And so population is numbers are created on an annual basis. I have numbers running back to 2000 that I did for the county and DBED and HHFTC to do a long-term rental housing study, affordable rental housing study. So I was able to track the population changes. And so if you look at the thing at the table, you'll see the year 2018, the population 72,741. Household created is a function of the population increase. You use the stock factor of 2.9, depending on what the year is, to divide the increase. And then that then tells you the average home is 2.9 people. Therefore, the number of 198 was arrived at. And then you look at housing production, and you can get that from the TMK data that all the counties produce, showing what unit was brought into service. And by that, I mean, is now a taxable entity. It's a housing completion. And you get that from that data. And then I did a simple thing of subtracting what the population generated household demand would be against the housing production. And that becomes need versus production. In that 1 year of 2018, you know, the demand for 8 was generated. And then you have a cumulative need column, and that looks back in time and says, okay, in back in time, you know, if there was more households created than housing produced, then you have this unmet, unsatisfied demand, and I call it cumulative need, and you carry it forward. So if you look at the table, you can see 2018, 19, and 20 estimated the population, and I carried the idea across with households created, housing production, need versus production and cumulative need, so that I've arrived at an estimation in 2020 of cumulative need of 1,465 units on the house, you know, on the island in general. Now, you can interpret this one interpretation is this is just the whole island. And then it doesn't speak to the demand across the income sectors. So what I'm saying is most housing production is, a lot of it is the high end because that's profitable. Therefore, if you attribute that, if you understand that, you can assume that there's fewer housing being produced for the mid and the lower income. And therefore, this cumulative need it might be skewed. But data is data. So then the East Kauai in general, housing demand is pretty strong because it's the central area of the island. A lot of people say Lehui is, but it's between Lehui and Kapa'a. Kapa'a has all that land mauka, where people have houses, nice big houses, and the proclivity on Kauai in general is to live in a single family home, rural community, traditional, all that. But East Kauai, like many other segments of the island, is running out of land, and the demand here is pretty good. There was a survey done, you can see in the last table, of what is the conditions of your housing. It was impressionistic, so a survey that you ask for free, sometimes you get good, sometimes you get bad, but DBED and HHFDC uses them pretty much. And basically it says that there's a bunch of houses out here where you have two households called doubling up at 975 households that are crammed into one unit. And then a further read on that is how many people in your house, how many bedrooms and how many people, and then they do a simple division and get to whether there's more than 2 people per bedroom, and you have that. And then you can see that the 848 and the 975 result in a total of 1,723. Just households that need more housing, or households that are suffering from crowding and could appreciate more housing.
Please describe the HoKua Place Affordable Housing Program.
Per the county's affordable housing requirements, you take the 679 total units, and what was applied was a 20% ratio, and then an additional 10% ratio. That's down on the 4th line. So 20% of 769 is 154 homes, and that's the count. Those individual units have to comply with the affordable requirements for the county. So again, per the regulation, that 20% was divvied up 6%, 8%, and 6%. And then the first 6% or 46 have to be sold to families making up to 80% of county AMI as defined by HUD. Then the next line, 8%, 62 units, that's 81% to 100% of AMI, and then 46 is 100 to 120% of AMI. This development on top of that is pledging to provide another 10%, 72 homes, to be sold at affordable housing prices. 3% or 21% of the units would be in the 100 to 120 AMI, and 7% or 56 units would go to 120 to 140 of AMI. And then on top of that, with the affordable being the base or the most numerous product, then on top of that, you have gap price homes. Those will be provided on top of that, a smaller number of market-based So, well, maybe not a smaller number, but not a smaller number. Sorry, I correct myself. So that's the affordable housing requirement.
Please describe your analysis of the potential demand for affordable housing units in East Kauai.
This is pretty simple chart. It's used by HUD and HHFDC to determine whether a new project wanting tax credits has a level of supply that's lower than the level of potential demand. That's why it's called project supply versus potential demand. When the red thing that calls out requirement, that is project specific. This is the requirement that this project will produce. And it's done by the AMI. So AMI is a salary band, and it changes every year. So in order to for planners to visualize where the demand is using AMI, you then translate that income range, and then you get the demographics of the number of households that are 1 person, 2 person, and 3 person. Which basically makes up most of the market. And you can quantify how many families or households, how many 1-person households there are in the market. So the 80%, there's 546 households who would fit into the county's definition of qualifying you as an affordable housing, a renter or buyer. So basically it's saying 1 person, 546, demanding it, 2 persons, 468, 3 persons, 358. And then that's the potential demand, and the project's going to supply 46 units, much less than the potential demand. And that goes for 100% AMI, 120% AMI, 140 AMI. So more demand than affordable supply.
Please describe your analysis of rationale and market support for the HoKua Place project.
Well, simply put, since Hawaii, no fault of our own, and we're all here because of it, has one of the highest quality of life in the world. That is a comparative advantage that is seen given the demand for people who want to live here. And that's been true since, well, when I was a kid growing up at HoKua and all the surfers came over from California. I noticed it then, and it's the same now. So you got this incredible demand, and then at the same time, you have very poor supply, and poor is qualitative. You have to realize that our supply line, we're the most isolated piece of land in the world, and the supply line's very long, and warehousing over here is going to be very expensive. We don't have labor hopping all over the boundary. They have to get on a plane and go 5 hours. And that's just some of the supply conditions. And then over time, as as people here have grown up, they've noticed that things are getting more and more crowded. There was a general sentiment that grew up in my lifetime that we got to slow down development. And so because of that, there was, levels of regulation grew and grew and grew. And as usual with the pendulum, the regulations swung extremely to the side of limiting supply. So classic economics, low supply, high demand, high prices. That's, I guess, how I'd characterize housing.
Please describe the potential pricing for HoKua Place and the rate of absorption of the project.
Yeah, then as part of the study, I went out to the market and looked at what the retail prices per unit would be for each of the categories of housing that's going to be produced. The top two are house lot packages, very common in Kapa'a, one on a big lot, one on a smaller lot. And then you can see next to it the total units and the retail price per unit. And then I threw in the home site only price band just to give people an idea of what those prices are like. The single family component of this is pretty small. The multifamily is huge. So the big one would be the multifamily dwelling at a fourplex unit at 8 dwelling units per acre. You have 452 of those. And the retail prices for a new home in a master plan community is $350 to $425. I thought that was accurate when I did it. It might be a little light given current conditions. It might be a little bit higher on the retail thing. And then the last would be the affordable housing. Housing dwellings, 12 dwelling units per acre, 231 of those. And those are very easy to do because I just took the affordable prices that are required of this development. And it shows 225 to 325. And then with the pricing idea, I was then able to start projecting what the sales rates would be for each of these products. And that's the table below. These are closings and large lots, 7, 6, 7, 8, 8 of 36. Those are going to be demanded 8, 8, 9, 9, 9, 7 medium. I mean, people want on Kauai single family. The multifamily market units 30, 40, 50, 60, 65, 70, 70, 67. It starts slow and it grows. I mean, people on Kauai are going to have to get used to living in condos, and I think it's obvious that that's going to happen because the alternative's so bad. And then, yeah, the affordables, you can see 40, 45, 50, 50, 46. And so, yeah, I spread it all out from 2025 to 2032, and that's the table.
Okay, next, I'm going to turn to the economic impacts to Kauai as a result of HoKua Place. Can you please describe the impact that expenditures for development and construction of the project infrastructure and the housing would have on Kauai's economy?
Okay, there's on the economic benefit side, your investment of infrastructure and vertical construction, meaning the package is about $300 million. There's two columns here. One is the construction period when you build out, and then the residual is what's called occupancy or annual. And that then happens because now you've got this plant, this housing stock that needs to be taken care of. And there's a number of ongoing jobs from management to groundskeeping that'll happen every year thereafter. So the table goes through these economic benefits. You start with the initial investment called construction costs. You increase it with an economic output multiplier that comes from DBED. DBED does all this modeling to try and figure out how, economic stuff. What's the impact of a hotel or a shopping center? This is for housing. So the factor for that multiplier is 2.12. And then you end up with 638 million and change of increased output. You get the same on the alongside of it is $672,767 increase output annually thereafter. Then by the same token, there's a factor that creates direct jobs. This will generate 4,651 direct jobs. Of that, a number will be construction jobs, 1,736. And then you apply a standard construction wage that's blended across all the trades to come up with $137 million of wages. So you have wages and you have suppliers and you have profits. The wage and the profits result in taxes, and there's a multiplier against the construction costs and the jobs that results in 36 million a year going into the state tax coffers. And then, so that's the state's economic benefit that grows the economy, grows their ability to meet their responsibilities. You have private sector earnings multiplier of 2.02. So again, if you take the total output multiplier by the DBED factor of 2.02, you can see $277 million in earnings. Again, that'll be taxed. And then there's a multiplier of 0.61, and that's because there's a ripple effect. Private sector makes some money. They go out and, if they go out and buy stuff. So if it's Pono Market down the way that's making lau lau, they go to the farmer and buy the tea leaves and so on and so forth. And so I've gone through that table pretty much on the construction period. Occupancy, the last column on the right has those very same numbers. So that's that table.
Please describe the projected conveyance tax revenues from the sale of HoKua Place units and homes.
Yeah, this is a big one because the conveyance tax goes into affordable housing, to fund affordable housing. So I took a blended average of what units there would be, what sales there would be, whether they're market, whether they're affordable, and came up with a gross sales figure and for multifamily and single family. Then did the tax off of that and arrived at how much the total contribution would be. And then that will be that'll be a one-time shot to the arm of this. Then the next layer that you look at is income and GE tax revenue. And again, you look at the overall investment, income and GE tax in the construction period will generate $36 million of money. And then the recurring one of $38,000 per year. You add the conveyance tax and you end up with a one-time shot of during the construction of $36 million. And then the last table is the annual property tax revenue following completion of build out. And I paid particular attention to that because this is money that goes straight to the county, the host county, Kauai in this instance. And in looking at this, I had to make a determination of how many of these units are going to be owner occupied, how many are going to be investor, and by investor, at this price range, you're looking at mainly a local investor who has some extra money, has some kids in the house, wants to buy them something, looks at the rents that are happening, says, okay, I can buy a place and rent it out, cover my expenses. So the formula was look at the owner occupant tax revenue based on, the tax rate of property. Do it for multifamily, single family, and then do it for the investors. And then what you're seeing when you get to total it is that there's about $1.9 million from property taxes that will be increased every year after completion.
Okay, let the record reflect that the charts the witness was referring to have been marked as Exhibit 31, and I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you stop screen sharing, Ms. Ahu? We're at 3 o'clock. Commissioner Wong, we have lost, I believe.
Chair, this is Riley, yes.
Okay. We could either go for a half hour more to 3:30 when we lose another commissioner, or we could stay the proceedings and go on to the cross-examination at our next gathering. Mr. Donahoe, it would most directly affect the county.
Thank you, Chair. The county would have, given my, I don't know how long my cross-examination is going to run. The county would have no objection to deferring, so we can do it all at once at the next session.
Any objection from any of the other parties? Office planning?
No objection.
Interveners?
We don't have
No
an
objection.
objection, but just want to note that we don't want our non-objection to be somehow weaponized against us in our motion to confirm that the deadline has been extended because of the state of emergency.
Understood. Commissioners, any concerns? Hearing none.
I did have a procedural question, Chair, whenever it's convenient, fairly quickly.
I see Mr. Donahoe has raised his hand. I'm going to call him Mr. Donahoe and then Mr. Yee.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify for the record. I don't know if you had said this earlier. The county did file a statement of no position regarding the vote. It came in yesterday, so I don't know if the commission
it came
got
in
it.
too late to be noted
Understood.
as part of the record. I will read it in the next introduction when we meet again on this matter.
Understood. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. That's the challenge with filings that come right before our meeting. Mr. Yee.
Thank you. At the last hearing, I believe there was a question about exhibits and witnesses and what's a cutoff, et cetera. And I think you had said, we'll give everyone one last chance. And then after that, really, you need to get a showing of good cause. And then we ended the hearing without asking anyone if they had anything to add. I was wondering if we could do that just to finish up today.
Well, so, all right. I'm going to ask Mr. Ordenker to chime in here.
Mr. Chair, I believe I sent a letter addressed to all the parties. The amending of pleadings, which includes exhibits, witness lists, and any other evidentiary pleadings. After the hearing begins, they have to be approved by the chair. In other words, the permission has to be granted by the chair. As far as staff is concerned, it's our opinion that pursuant to the rules, everything is closed, and that to reopen it would require your granting of permission.
And I would note that on March 24th and 25th, the commission received the petitioner's revised witness lists already. So I had viewed that as responsive to the discussion at the last hearing.
My understanding is after we received it, you had said at the end of the hearing, you'd ask the parties one last time. If it's not your understanding that the parties need to file motions, if they want to make any further amendments, that's fine. But I mean, that was your state. That's my recollection of your statement at the last hearing. And then we never came back to it at the end of the hearing to ask if any of the parties had additional exhibits or witnesses.
I don't have quite the same recollection, but I'm not going to defend my recollection against yours at this hour, Mr. Yee.
Let me just say the Office of Planning will be happy to file a motion. Just to let you know then, it's our intention now to ask for witnesses from DOFA, I'm sorry, from Aquatic Resources, DAR, to also testify regarding the wetland, and that we may be filing a revised testimony from the Office of Planning to take into account information that we received at the hearing.
So that will be done in the form of a motion.
We're as long as understood that all the parties have to do that, we're happy to file a motion.
Yes. That is the understanding.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Are there any other procedural matters for us? Commissioner Okuda?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along that line, I believe the petitioner had placed and identified an exhibit. It was described as a placeholder for the budget or whatever that financial document description was. And unless it's been filed and I just overlooked it, can I ask the chair, how is that going to be handled if that document, there's a placeholder there, but the document hasn't been filed? And if the document has been filed, if my misunderstanding could be corrected. Thank you.
Has the document been filed, Mr. Ordenker or Mr. HoKua?
Has not.
Not to our knowledge, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Okuda, do you have a suggestion procedurally?
No, I don't. It's just that if there is a procedure which the Office of Planning is filing where they have to file a motion to submit a document, I think the rule should apply to everybody. And I'm not sure if just filing a fly sheet as a placeholder really satisfies that procedure. Otherwise, everybody could just file a bunch of fly sheet placeholders and then dump in documents later. That's just a comment, Chair.
Okay.
Whatever in your discretion you want is within your authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, were you speaking to this issue or another issue?
Well, as to this issue, in
Both
that previous,
is the answer?
Yes.
Okay, so limit your comments for now to this issue, and then I will take up any other issues you have.
So my recollection, partly with what is, I think, in alignment with what Mr. Yee's recollection was, but that was in part based on a concern that we had raised, that the petitioner is sort of not following 1515-58B with respect to limitations on filing exhibits and amending their witness lists and so forth. So we continue to have that concern a little bit, and also I think, as was stated very succinctly by Commissioner Okuda, about the concern about basically filing placeholders and then changing it later, and us not having sufficient notice to be able to review that material.
So, okay, so regarding is this the only placeholder that was filed by the petitioner, Mr. Ewan or Ms. Ahu?
And the reason we did that is because we have a specific request from at least one commissioner for a overall budget for the project. It has not been prepared yet, but we're responding to that request.
Sorry, Mr. Ewan, my question was that the only placeholder you filed?
That's the only placeholder, yes.
Okay. I think that the suggestion of, frankly, I believe Mr. Yee, Mr. Collins, and Commissioner Okuda are basically in alignment that the petitioner should try to bring this into the record by a motion is reasonable. And I will ask for that to be done when that is ready. And I would hope also that that will be ready not too far further into our proceedings. as it might have material effect on our deliberations and our questioning of witnesses. Mr. Collins, you have something further?
Yes, I just wanted to actually ask about the our pending motion, but I also wanted to put in a statement that we don't have any opposition to the Office of Planning's position, that the motion's consideration be deferred until the close of the petitioner's case in chief. But I
Sorry,
just wanted to.
the motion referring to your motion.
Yes, the motion to confirm that the deadlines have been extended due to the state of emergency.
Okay. Commissioner Ohigashi.
Just have a concern. Apparently, you don't have it agendized, the motion, so I'm not sure if we can talk about scheduling or anything like that. It should, if it plans to be agendized for the next session, then I'm sure that this discussion can take place then. Fine. However, I don't know if we can speak about it, discuss what was contained within the responses in that motion.
I believe
I'm throwing it to Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morris. And you are on mute.
Give me a minute.
Okay.
Am I correct that the motion we're referencing was made during the course of the hearing?
No, it was a written motion, I believe.
All right.
Is that correct, Mr. Collins?
Yes, filed April 1st.
That's what I thought.
You know, my impression at this point is that a motion like this doesn't have to be separately agendized apart from the proceedings that we're having that include that motion. If anybody has a different view, let me know, but that's my read of the rules on motions.
Mr. Ordenker?
With all due respect, I'm not sure that that's correct. There is the motion to be formally taken up would have to be agendized, in my opinion. However, given that we are in the middle of the proceedings, a discussion of how, no, I'm just going to stick with what I said. I believe it has to be agendized, but that's just my opinion.
And I'm looking at admin rule 15.15.70 that refers to a motion and a situation where a hearing on the motion has not been requested, a separate hearing, that the commissioners can decide that matter on the pleadings or hold a hearing on the matter. So to me, that sort of suggests that if the commissioners want to hold a hearing on that motion, then I would agree that we should probably agendize that. But the commission may also decide that matter. Now, I'm not sure the procedural posture, whether a separate hearing has been requested, but if there has been a hearing requested, I guess the safest route would be to agendize it.
Mr. Yee. You're muted.
Just to comment that the practice of the commission has been to include the motion on the agenda when it is going to talk about the substance of the motion. I don't think there was a problem necessarily in talking about the procedures involved with it, as the parties were simply trying to get a better understanding of the process the Land Use Commission was going to follow in scheduling it. I don't think the discussion of scheduling was is a problem today, and I don't think anyone is proposing that you actually decide it today. But when you decide it, and the when is at the chair's discretion, then I think the practice has been to put it onto the agenda. So I don't think anything's gone wrong so far, and I think you can, correctly or in conformity with past practice, do it whenever it comes up at your discretion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would agree with Mr. Chair. This is Dan Hardanger. I would agree with Brian, put that a little bit more succinctly than I did. I don't think there's a problem with talking about scheduling.
It is often the case that Mr. Yi puts things more succinctly than you. I tease.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ohigashi, does that address the concern that you raised?
Yeah, fine if you're just gonna stick to scheduling the motion and rather than indicating everybody's position on it that we haven't even read. We don't even
Yes.
know what it is.
Yeah, we're discussing scheduling of it. And at this point, it is still at the discretion of the chair. I do intend to agendize it when it's up for discussion. I need to frankly discuss this more with the staff, among other things. Does that resolve the concerns around this issue and its scheduling at this point, parties?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anything further? Is there any further business? If not, I declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.